Chapter 2247. Humph, only I can kill Ling Xiao. None of you three can. Ling Xiao's life is mine. It's mine. Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Zhao also began to compete. It seemed that the four of them were about to fight. The crowd began to jeer. At this time, no one took Ling Xiao seriously. It was as if Ling Xiao was a poor little sheep who could not pose a threat to the four wolves. You don't have to fight. You're all going to die anyway. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's cold voice resounded. Senior Brother Li, who was closest to him, suddenly felt a sharp killing intent descend upon him. He was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look. At this time, he did not expect that Ling Xiao, the little sheep, would dare to resist. He did not even make any movements. The moment he turned his head, he only saw a sword light. A resplendent sword light flashed in the gloomy ghost prison, and then he couldn't make any sound. Star flash! At that moment, the scene suddenly became dead silent. Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Brother Wang, and Senior Brother Zhao were also stunned. They hurriedly retreated and looked at the long sword that had pierced through Senior Brother Li's throat in horror. The long sword was extremely heavy. It was not sharpened, but it was still so sharp. Brother Li! Li! Senior Brother Li! After a while, the three of them came to their senses and exclaimed. Chiena's snake-like smile froze in an instant. Trash! Are the three of you just going to stand by and watch him kill Senior Brother Li? She suddenly screamed. Let's fight him together! Zhang, Wang, and Zhao looked at each other and formed a united front. From the moment Ling Xiao killed Senior Brother Li, they could tell that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. Although they did not know what level his cultivation had reached, they could not underestimate him like before. Kill! The three of them rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. On Ling Xiao's face, there was still a cold smile. Raising the heavy longsword in his hand, he displayed the second style of the meteor sword technique that he had just mastered. Heavenly fire! The sword pierced into the sky. All of a sudden, several streaks of sword chi shot toward Zhang, Wang, and Zhao like a meteor shower. The three of them were shocked. They retreated almost at the same time. It was probably because Senior Brother Li's death had made them feel fear. None of them wanted to die. Therefore, at this moment, he subconsciously retreated. He wanted to save his own life, and did not care about his teammates. Such a combined force was equal to 0. Just as they were retreating, they heard a blood-curdling scream. It was almost the same way. Senior Brother Zhao's throat was directly pierced through. The terrifying sword chi was rapidly tearing apart Senior Brother Zhao's body, causing him to die. This time, Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Brother Wang were really frightened. They retreated in horror until they reached Chiena's side. Impossible! How could he be so powerful? What kind of sword technique was that? It's not the sword technique of the 8 Immortal Mountain at all. Chiena scratched her neck hard. She seemed to do this often when she was nervous. For martial artists at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm of hell, were easily killed by Ling Xiao. And Ling Xiao was still unscathed. Junior Sister Yenner, who the hell is this kid? How could he be so strong? Why have we never heard of him? The remaining two people were both masters of the Purple Immortal Mountain. Although they had heard of Ling Xiao's name, they had never paid attention to it. Therefore, they did not know Ling Xiao at all. Black Immortal Mountain! Ling Xiao! Before Chiener could speak, Ling Xiao first reported his name. What? You are Ling Xiao? The one who killed Xingqiong? Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Brother Wang were dumbfounded. Impossible. How could Ling Xiao be as powerful as you? You must be joking. Senior Brother Zhang shook his head and said, It doesn't matter if I'm joking or not. Didn't you two just want to take my storage ring? Didn't you want to kill me and then kiss Chiena's little face? What's the matter now? Why are you retreating? Ling Xiao slowly walked forward. Every step he took caused Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Brother Wang to feel fear in their hearts. I give up. I don't want it. Senior Brother Zhang shook his head and said, Yes, I don't want it either. Senior brother Wang also shook his head and said, what could be more important than one's life? Since they had seen how terrifying Ling Xiao was, they knew that they were absolutely no match for Ling Xiao today. Since they were no match for Ling Xiao, they could only give up. As for the onlookers, each and every one of them widened their eyes. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. In a moment, 2 of the 4 aggressive masters were killed and the other 2 begged for mercy. This strange situation was simply like a dream. Hand over your storage rings and I'll spare your lives, Ling Xiao said lightly. Storage rings? Senior brother Zhang and senior brother Wang's faces instantly darkened. There were a lot of good things in their storage rings. They were unwilling to give them to Ling Xiao. Are you too stupid? He scared the 2 of you just like that. Don't forget, there are 2 of you. And you're both at the peak of level 1 hell of Yinyang realm. If I had your cultivation, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Just when senior brother Zhang and senior brother Wang almost lost all their fighting spirit and wanted to surrender, Qi Yenner's voice suddenly sounded. Yes. Senior brother Zhang and senior brother Wang looked at each other. Just now, Ling Xiao had killed Li and Zhao one by one, taking advantage of when they weren't paying attention or were shocked. If the 2 of them joined forces, then how could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for them? Thinking of this, the 2 of them, who were originally frightened, became ruthless. How dare you take our storage rings? Go to hell, boy! They were very careful this time and attacked Ling Xiao from both sides at the same time. Although Ling Xiao's sword was powerful, it could not hurt them. It just scared them. This time, they swore that they would not retreat. It turns out that the storage rings are more important than your lives. What a pity! Ling Xiao sighed and said, if you 2 really join forces, I may be no match for you. But can you make it happen? He stepped on the ground gently like a ray of moonlight or a shooting star. He disappeared between the 2 in an instant. Oh no! The 2 of them had the same thought and looked behind them. No one. The sky? No one. Puff! Even Ling Xiao could not find him. How could Ling Xiao let go of this opportunity? The ground under senior brother Li's feet suddenly bulged and then a ray of sword light pierced out. At this time, senior brother Li just looked down and was pierced through from his chin to his head. Chapter 2248. At the moment of his death, senior brother Li suddenly realized what a terrifying monster he had provoked. You're the only one left! After killing senior brother Li, Ling Xiao came up from the ground. With the inheritance of the Sun God, it was easy for him to dig a hole. He looked at senior brother Zhang coldly and said lightly, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give you my storage ring. Seeing that senior brother Li was killed, senior brother Zhang's inner defense completely collapsed. He hurriedly took off his storage ring and handed it to Ling Xiao with both hands. Ling Xiao walked to his side, but did not take the storage ring. It's too late to give it to you now. You only have one chance. I hope everyone understands. After saying that, he waved the long sword in his hand and cut off senior brother Zhang's head. He had given this guy a chance to live. Because he had killed 2 people, his anger had subsided and he only wanted the storage ring. But this person did not know how to cherish it. Naturally, he would not give him another chance. Looking back, Ling Xiao stared at Qi Yenner. You witch, in fact, the one who deserves to die the most is you. If it weren't for your instigation, the 2 of them would not have risked their lives to fight me and would not have died. Being stared at by Ling Xiao, Qi Yenner instantly panicked. She was not a reincarnation realm martial artist and had no experience facing such a terrifying enemy. Seeing Ling Xiao's cold eyes, she felt as if she had been put under a butcher's knife and could be killed at any time. Brother, although she went a little too far, she is the daughter of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's mountain master. If you kill her, you will have a hard time. An unknown martial artist next to him reminded him. In the ghost prison trial, killing each other is allowed. You should have killed others before, right? You should have obtained their contribution points, right? Why can't I kill her? Ling Xiao sneered and said. The Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master has a powerful background. But so what? When I didn't offend her, she still wanted my life, didn't she? Now I'll let her know the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao. Back then, Mo Feiyu also did not let him go. After he destroyed the Mo family, he became much more obedient, and was even locked up. Although he could bribe Luo Yunxing to deal with him, Mo Feiyu could not do it himself. So today, Ling Xiao wanted to kill Qi Yan'er to teach Qi Lian a lesson. He wanted to let Qi Lian know that he, Ling Xiao, was not someone to be bullied. Save me! You guys hurry up and stop him! Qi Yan'er screamed in horror. The 19 disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain stood out, trembling with fear. However, the others didn't make a move. They even left. Because if they watched Qi Yan'er being killed without helping her, they would also be targeted by Qi Lian. Out of sight, out of mind. Only the 19 disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain had no choice but to step forward. Just as well. I was planning to take your lives as well. You can go to hell with her. Seeing that there were no onlookers around, only Lin Yang was healing himself. Ling Xiao finally activated his elementary Thunderbolt combat body without hesitation. Then, he pointed his long sword to the sky. The second move of the Thunderbolt Meteor Sword technique, Thunderbolt Fire. A terrifying force erupted in an instant. With the long sword in Ling Xiao's hand as the center, a fan-shaped sword chi broke through the air. These sword chi contained the astonishing power of thunder and fire, as if heavenly fire had descended. In an instant, it covered the 19 disciples and Qi Yan'er. Rumble! After a series of terrifying sounds, the ground was covered with corpses, and all of them were burned black. Suddenly, a ray of light flew out of Qi Yan'er's body and shot out of the ghost's prison. What's that? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly withdrew his Thunderbolt combat body, cleaned up the battlefield, and carried Lin Yang to another location. Although he didn't know what that ray of light was, he knew very well that it was definitely not something good. When Ling Xiao was about to leave, outside the first floor of the ghost's prison, Scarlet Fairy Mountain's master, Qi Lian, suddenly saw a ray of light shooting over. After catching it, her face instantly turned pale. Quick! Open the first floor of the ghost prison! She shouted loudly. The people outside couldn't see what was happening inside the ghost prison. If they wanted to spy on it, they would have to spend a lot of resources, and the sect didn't think it was worth it. Qi Lian's actions puzzled all the mountain chieftains. What's wrong, Master Qi Lian? Did something happen? Lin Haoyu asked in surprise. Something happened to Yan'er. Something happened to Yan'er. Crimson Viper only repeated this sentence, and did not explain anything. The crowd could only understand that Qi Lian had put some kind of treasure on Qi Yan'er. Once Qi Yan'er was in danger, she would be notified. But Master Qi Lian, activating the peeping function requires a lot of resources. Lin Haoyu frowned and said, This needs to be approved by the 8 immortals. Don't bother. I'll provide all the resources. Activate it now, Qi Lian said loudly. As she spoke, she took out all the spirit stones and resources that could be used to activate the peeping function from her storage ring. Use these first. If it's not enough, I have more. Seeing that she was so anxious and had the resources, Lin Haoyu didn't delay any further. He directly found the person in charge of the first floor of the ghost's prison and activated the peeping function. The moment the function was activated, an image appeared in the sky. It was the scene in the ghost's prison. Find my daughter! Qi Lian roared. The person in charge of the first floor of the ghost's prison did as he was told. After all, he was only a deacon and didn't dare to disobey Qi Lian's orders. In the next moment, Qi Lian's face turned extremely pale, and the others were also shocked. Qi Yan'er was dead, and she died a very miserable death. Half of her body was charred and she had long stopped breathing. There was no possibility of her resurrection. Qi Lian almost fainted at that moment. Who the hell killed my daughter? Who is it? Qi Lian roared. She was filled with anger and hatred. Find that Ling Xiao! She suddenly thought of someone. Because Ling Xiao had always said that he wanted to kill her daughter. The image was focused on Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. He seemed to have reacted to the peeping from the outside world, but he didn't open his eyes. It was impossible to tell that he had just fought. Moreover, Lin Yang was still healing beside him. Everyone else is dealing with Yuan Neng, but this guy is cultivating here. He's indeed a coward. Mountain leader Qi Lian, Yanner can't be killed by him. The mountain leader of Purple Fairy Mountain said disdainfully. That's right. Looking at those corpses just now, it seems that there are 19 corpses of Scarlet Fairy Mountain disciples like Yanner. They were killed at the same time. With Ling Zhao's strength, do you believe that? The mountain leader of Orange Fairy Mountain also shook his head. He believed that Ling Xiao wanted to kill Qi Yanner, but it was impossible for him to believe that Ling Xiao could kill so many people in one go. The other mountain leaders had the same opinion. Chapter 2249. It's not him. Qi Lian gradually calmed down. She glanced at Ling Xiao and ignored him. Find Yuan Neng! The screen focused on Yuan Ning. Yuan Ning was currently being attacked by a group of disciples from the 8 Immortal Mountain. Among them were Sha Hai, Cheng Feiying, and others. Among the martial arts that Yuan Ning used, there was a terrifying lava attack. It could make a warrior's death look very similar to Qi Yanner's. It's him! It's Yuan Neng! How can he be so strong? Qi Lian quickly identified Yuan Ning as the suspect. Someone was spying on me just now! Ling Zhao's senses were very sensitive. That spying was the result of using a large amount of resources to strengthen his soul power. He could naturally feel it. Looks like I have to be more careful in whatever I do next. I can expose some of my strength, but I can't go overboard. Otherwise, I'll be discovered. Because of what happened just now, the people outside couldn't see it, so Ling Xiao didn't care. He could kill people at will. Even if others went out to accuse him, they wouldn't have any evidence. However, it was different now. There were 7 mountain lords outside, a hall master of the good and evil hall, and a deacon of the first floor of the ghost prison. These people were all powerful. If they saw him, he wouldn't be able to deny it. But it's fine. Yuan Neng is fighting fiercely. You guys can just go over there and watch. I'll slowly improve my cultivation here. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao swallowed the beast core he just got and began his breakthrough. After entering the ghost prison this time, he successfully condensed the intermediate thunder and lava battle body. He wasn't far from breaking through. The beast core of this floor of hell would be his final help. As long as he broke through to the late stage, he would be able to fight Yuan Ning. Feeling the energy entering his body, Ling Xiao smiled contentedly. After receiving the inheritance of the Sun God, his digestion of beast cores had reached 90%. It was much more efficient than any other warrior. This demonic beast crystal core allowed him to easily step into the realm he wanted to step into, the late stage of hell, the first level of Yin-Yang realm. He could feel that his overall strength had increased by several times, and his combat strength had soared. If they had encountered the Yellow Sea before, they would have had to waste some time. However, if he were to encounter Sha Hai now, he would be able to kill him in an instant. His true opponent was no longer the Sea of Sand, but the terrifying Origin Energy. Yuan Ning's current cultivation was at the pinnacle of the second level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. His cultivation was much higher than what he had expected. What was even more frightening was that although the Origin Energy did not form the lava combat body, it still obtained the terrifying power of lava. During the attack, any enemy that came into contact with him would basically be instantly killed and burned to a crisp. It was simply too terrifying. A breakthrough in cultivation. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Origin Energy. With the existence of the Taiji Eye, even if the distance was very far, he could still see clearly. Even if he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he still had to find the best opportunity to kill Yuan Ning. Not now. Therefore, he had to wait. At the same time, the people outside were also spying on Yuan Ning. Impossible. How can Yuanning's cultivation be so strong? If that's the case, these children are definitely no match for him. He must have killed Yenner. Crimson Viper roared angrily. Deacon of the first level of Ghost Prison, what's going on? Reporting to Mountain Lord Crimson Viper. I don't know why this happened either. Perhaps Yuanning had some way to hide his cultivation and fooled us all. The deacon of the first level of Ghost Prison was also trembling at this moment, not knowing what to do. He was definitely responsible for Qi Yenner's death, and it was a responsibility that could not be shirked. This was really troublesome. Stop talking nonsense. What should we do now? With Yuanning's strength, it's possible that he could kill all of those little guys. Let's stop the trial immediately. Crimson Viper roared. She had already lost her daughter, and she did not want her outstanding disciples to die in there as well. That's right. Stop the trial immediately. This is not what we expected. The Mountain Lord of Orange Fairy Mountain also said loudly. After all, Cheng Feiying was still inside, and she was facing Yuanning at this moment. He was also anxious. The other mountain lords also agreed with this approach. Even Lin Haoyu had the same idea. Since things had gone beyond their expectations, they could not continue. It was already good enough that they could save those people. However, when the deacon of the first level of Ghost Prison went to open the door of the first level, his expression changed drastically. Reporting to the mountain lords and the outer hall master, something has happened. Someone has sealed the space inside. What? How can we open it? Lin Haoyu said anxiously. Those people inside were the genius disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Although their current cultivation was not high, they had a very bright future. If they all died like this, it would really be incomparably painful. There's no other way. Unless someone kills Yuanning inside, this situation can't be solved. The deacon of the first level of Ghost Prison shook his head and said, No, we can't just wait like this. Immediately send someone to the 8 Immortal Mountain for help. Someone will be able to solve this problem. Crimson Viper said loudly. I'll go. Lin Ruoxian's cousin Lin Yang and her highly regarded Ling Xiao were both inside. Moreover, she saw Ling Xiao protecting her injured cousin. Based on this point alone, she could not let Ling Xiao die inside. So, she stepped forward. Go and come back quickly. Lin Haoyu nodded. Yes. Lin Ruoxian flew into the air. The others stared nervously at the scene in the void. Every time a disciple died, their hearts would ache. At this time, except for Ling Xiao and Lin Yang, the rest of the survivors had already surrounded Yuanning. Although they said they were surrounded, there was no fear on Yuanning's face. Instead, there was coldness and mockery. It was as if the people in front of him were not here to kill him, but to die. It had to be said that the strength of this group of disciples was very strong. There were a total of 20 martial artists at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. This did not include Sha Hai and Cheng Feiying. These two people were more special. Although their cultivation was the same as the others, their strength was obviously higher. This was related to the quantity and quality of the yin-yang energy. It was also related to the martial artist's cultivation before and after reincarnation. In short, these two people were the cream of the crop. Originally, Luo Yunxing was among them, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. Because the two of them were powerful enough, they became the backbone of everyone. Chapter 2250. Cheng Feiying was also very confident and arrogant, but she had no intention of becoming famous. She seemed to be very cold to everyone. She only cared about strength and did not care about reputation. As expected of Sha Hai and Cheng Feiying, these two children have always been favored by everyone. Now that they are in danger, they have become everyone's backbone. Although Qi Lian was heartbroken by her daughter's tragic death, she was also somewhat proud of Sha Hai's outstanding performance. No matter what, Sha Hai was her disciple and a member of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. The Mountain Lord of Scarlet Fairy Mountain was naturally very happy. His granddaughter Cheng Feiying's outstanding performance would be extremely beneficial to her future development. She might even be promoted to the upper 8 immortal mountains soon. At that time, he might also be able to benefit from his granddaughter. The others also performed well. Although their strength is uneven, at least they dared to face that scoundrel, Yuan Ning. But what about that Ling Xiao? He actually hid so far away to cultivate. That guy is a complete coward, the mountain lord of Purple Fairy Mountain said disdainfully. Although Ling Xiao had saved Lin Yang, he was not grateful at all. It seemed that this guy had a close relationship with the Shen family, or the Zhou family. Otherwise, he would not be like this. Lin Haoyu did not say a word. This was because he could not speak up for Ling Xiao. Judging from the current situation, Ling Xiao was really not presentable. He really did not know what to say. At this moment, whether it was inside or outside the ghost prison, no one took Ling Xiao seriously. They also never thought that Ling Xiao would become the true savior of this ghost prison crisis. Ling Xiao did not think so for the time being. He just consolidated his cultivation while observing the situation of the battle. At the same time, he created a few array refining stones. He did not have any advantage in terms of strength against Yuan Ning. In that case, the array formation would become his greatest advantage. He would be a fool not to use them. Ha ha ha, with so many people dying with me, I'll be satisfied even if I die. Yuan Ning looked at the hundreds of Yinyang realm first-level martial artists around him. The blood-red light in his eyes became even more ferocious. The biting cold killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. Behind him, the 18 arms were all in high spirits, as if they were ready to kill the enemy at any time. Yuan Ning, don't be complacent. There are hundreds of us here. It's more than enough to kill you. Shahai looked at Yuan Ning and said loudly. He knew that his brother had reached some kind of agreement with Yuan Ning. Anyway, Yuan Ning would not kill him. In this way, he could use this opportunity to kill Yuan Ning. Therefore, even though he could feel the power of the origin energy, he did not intend to retreat. Desert Sea, don't be careless. This fellow seems much stronger than we imagined. Cheng Feiying reminded. Hee, are you scared? If you're scared, you can leave as soon as possible. No one is forcing you to stay and face the elemental energy. Shahai said disdainfully. This is simply unreasonable. Although Cheng Feiying couldn't see the cultivation level of the origin energy, she could feel how terrifying it was. She reminded Shahai not because she was concerned about Shahai, but because among all the warriors here, only Shahai was slightly stronger than her. If the two of them worked together, they might be able to turn the situation around. However, Shahai was simply an idiot. Not only did he not listen to her advice, but he even mocked her. He was really unreasonable to the extreme. Why are you talking nonsense? Yuan Ning, die. I'll take your life alone. In this world, there were always some people who were overconfident. A warrior who was also at the pinnacle of the first level of the Yinyang realm thought that he had the strength to fight Yuan Ning alone. Therefore, he bypassed Shahai and Cheng Feiying and charged toward Yuan Ning. The battle instantly began again. This person was only using a beginner jade martial technique, but he was already proficient in it. As long as he used it properly, his attack would not be weak. He would have no problem dealing with others. However, the troublesome thing was that his attack was aimed at Yuan Ning. He was destined to die. Yuan Ning just stood there and looked at the person coldly. When the person's fist was only a foot away from him, he suddenly stretched out his arm. Terrifying lava energy instantly erupted. The poor first transition warrior was considered one of the strongest people in the group after Shahai and Cheng Feiying. In the end, he was burned to a crisp with just one move. He died tragically on the spot. He's too impulsive. Against this monster, we might not even be able to work together. He actually charged forward alone. Lin Haoyu sighed, feeling a little emotional. The mountain master of Green Immortal Mountain was obviously very distressed. This warrior was a genius disciple of Green Immortal Mountain. Impossible! It's really impossible! These children are definitely not Yuan Ning's match. I only hope that they won't be impulsive. If everyone works together to form a defense, they might be able to buy some time. As long as the people from 8 Immortal Mountain arrive, everything will be fine. Qi Lian shook her head, almost despairing. From the collision just now, she could analyze Yuan Ning's terrifying strength. The others were simply no match for this guy. Death was the only outcome of fighting with elemental ability. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian returned. How is it? Where is he? Qi Lian hurriedly asked. She did not see anyone following Lin Ruoxian. Lin Ruoxian's expression did not look good. She sighed and said, The person in charge of 8 Immortal Mountain said that if they can't even solve such a small matter, there's no need for 8 Immortal Mountain to exist. What a bastard! I'll go and reason with them. Lin Haoyu suddenly slammed the table and stood up. If the people from 8 Immortal Mountain did not come, it meant that these children were dead meat. How could he not be angry? Forget it, Hall Master Lin. Don't you know the people from 8 Immortal Mountain? It's useless even if you go. The Mountain Master of Orange Immortal Mountain's expression was extremely ugly. He was also in extreme despair. Heavens, if anyone can save my good granddaughter, I'll definitely marry her to him. If the other party is a girl, I'll give her endless spirit stones to spend. And I'll adopt her as my daughter. Of course, he made such a sigh out of despair. In fact, even he did not believe that anyone could save those children. Yuan Ning was too powerful, so powerful that it made those children despair. The mountain masters all sighed and stared blankly at the scene in the sky. They could no longer interfere with this trial that had completely gone out of control. What happened next was up to the heavens. Seeing such a powerful martial artist being killed in the ghost prison, everyone instantly fell into a state of panic. Among these people, there were only about 20 martial artists who had reincarnated. Most of them were ordinary martial artists. They had no combat experience, and were just ordinary children. Now that they were faced with such a terrifying situation, they were really panicking. Don't be afraid, there's only one Yuan Ning. As long as we don't panic and work together, we can definitely deal with him. Chapter 2251. Although Qing Feiying was usually cold and didn't seem to like anyone, she felt that she had to stand up in this situation. Otherwise, it would all be over. Not only would she die, but everyone else would also die. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but smile. Qing Feiying's actions were beneficial to him. If Yuan Ning could kill these people without being injured, then he would definitely not be able to win. He had to fulfill one condition to win. Yuan Ning would be injured and unable to use his full strength. Qing Feiying's words made everyone come to a realization. If they could not fight, then they would probably die. They might as well go all out. Therefore, under the leadership of Xiao Hai and Qing Feiying, hundreds of dazzling attacks were shot at Yuan Ning almost simultaneously. With so many people attacking at the same time, Ling Xiao knew that he would not be able to block them. He could only run. However, Yuan Ning did not run. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "A bunch of kids. You don't even know the situation you're in." As soon as he finished speaking, an arm behind his back suddenly released a terrifying sword light. This sword light was extremely terrifying. It was 4 or 5 meters thick and directly slashed into the crowd. This sword light directly tore apart a large number of attacks that were rushing at him and flew straight into the crowd. Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard. It was just a single sword strike, but more than 10 people had died. Although the people who died were all martial artists at the early stage of the first level of hell, it was enough to make the experts watching the battle outside feel distressed. No, we can't just watch. Let's work together and break the door of the first level of the ghost prison. Lin Haoyu stood up and suggested. It's useless, Hall Master Lin. That looks like a door, but it actually leads to a small world. After they enter, they are isolated from our world. Originally, if we want to open it, we only need to go through the set mechanism. However, someone has tampered with it. We can't do anything outside. The deacon of the first level of the ghost prison shook his head. We still have to try. Seeing the tragic deaths of the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain, as the Hall Master of the Hall of rewards the good and punishes the evil, Lin Haoyu could not sit still. The others also went to help. However, after the door was blasted open, the result was truly despairing. It was exactly as the deacon from the first floor of the ghost prison had said. With their cultivation, they were unable to tear open such a large space. Therefore, there was nothing he could do. Just as they were in despair, a subtle change had taken place in the battle. Because the first attack failed and many people died, this caused the disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain to be afraid. They were no longer willing to listen to Qing Feiying's words and fled into the distance. I might as well hide until the time is up and then go out. These were the thoughts of the disciples who had escaped. Seeing this scene, the people outside became even more anxious. Is there any way to transmit our voices inside? Lin Haoyu asked the deacon on the first floor of Ghost Prison. That can be done. Okay, help me. We can't let them panic. At this time, they can only save themselves. We have to make them understand that they can only live if they kill Yuanning. Lin Haoyu said. Yes. Inside the ghost prison, the battle was still ongoing. Ling Xiao also continued to observe. In fact, he also wanted to wait until the trial was over. If they couldn't defeat Yuanning, it wouldn't be too late to wait until the trial was over before going out. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the ghost prison. This voice cruelly told them the current situation they were in. Although it said a lot, it boiled down to one sentence. You can only live if you kill Yuanning. Hey, are you kidding me? It seems that I can't continue to watch the show. Ling Xiao finally stood up. His cultivation had stabilized, and he had also made several formation refining stones. In fact, he could participate in the battle at any time. The reason why he didn't do so was because he didn't think it was necessary. Now, however, he had to replan. Perhaps he had to make a move now. Because now, he still had the help of Sha Hai, Qing Feiying, and other martial artists. In this way, defeating Yuanning was still possible. However, if he lost the help of these people, that might not necessarily be the case. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Yang and said, How's your recovery? Boss, don't worry about me. I'll be fully recovered in a few minutes. Then I'll go and help you. Lin Yang replied. Okay, then I'll go first. It seems that I can only save myself today. This Yuanning wants to kill all the examinees. That won't do. I don't want to die yet. After saying that, Ling Xiao disappeared into the darkness. Lin Yang also sped up his recovery. On the other side, the examinees who had escaped finally returned. Because they had no other choice. Running away was a dead end. Staying was also a dead end. So, they might as well stay. Perhaps they could really kill Yuanning. Ha, so what if you know this secret? You guys are still no match for me. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that I want to absorb energy from your bodies, I would definitely ask others to help. Yuanning's words reminded everyone. This was the ghost prison. The monsters and prisoners in the ghost prison were all in a state of release. If those guys really joined forces with Yuanning, they would really have no hope. Fortunately, Yuanning seemed to be very confident, and had no intention of asking those people for help. If that was the case, they might still have a chance. Little girl, you seem to have the ability to fan the flames. You're pretty strong too. Then I'll use you as a side dish to go with wine. Yuanning's scarlet eyes suddenly stared at Qing Feiying. This scene made the Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master tremble. He felt even more despair in his heart. He didn't even dare to open his eyes to look. Although Qing Feiying was strong, she couldn't possibly resist Yuanning. Die, little girl! Yuanning roared. This time, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and completely locked onto Qing Feiying. If it were an ordinary martial artist facing such a sharp arrow, and its terrifying killing intent, they would have panicked. However, Qing Feiying only broke out in a cold sweat. Then, she quickly reacted. A long flute carved out of white jade suddenly appeared in her hand. The sound of the flute rang out. The blade aura that was originally heading straight for her was slightly deflected. It blasted into the ground nearby. A huge crater appeared in the ground. At this moment, Cheng Feiying stood there like a fairy, coldly staring at Yuan Ning. This was the first time someone had been able to avoid Yuan Ning's attack. Moreover, it was done with relative ease. She's actually using a long flute as a weapon. It seems that this Cheng Feiying has some skills. Chapter 2252. Ling Xiao rarely praised others, but Cheng Feiying had done a good job just now. He was currently setting up a formation around them and did not participate in the battle. It would be best for these people to help him block Yuan Ning for now. It's a pity. Cheng Feiying's flute, coupled with her special martial soul, could have been considered invincible among the martial artists on the first level of the yin-yang mirror. However, she was no match for Yuan Ning. If there is no miracle, I'm afraid she's doomed. Even though the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain sighed, he was secretly pleased. Cheng Feiying was the daughter of the Mountain Lord of Orange Fairy Mountain, and he had always been at odds with the Mountain Lord. Therefore, he was happy that something had happened to Cheng Feiying. However, on second thought, if Cheng Feiying died, the disciples of his Purple Fairy Mountain would probably die as well. His initial joy completely vanished. Feiying is indeed powerful, but compared to Shanghai, there is still a certain gap. Shanghai has the martial soul of the Sand Clan and the bloodline of the nobility. He was born a genius. Moreover, after entering the reincarnation cycle, he returned to the Sand Clan. This is equivalent to cultivating the same technique twice. Not only is he familiar with it, but he is also very experienced. If there is any pity, it is Shanghai who is unfortunate. He could have become one of the most outstanding disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Qi Lian sighed. Even in such a critical situation, these people still wanted to argue about who was better. It was really a little speechless. What is the point of arguing? If there is no miracle, either of them will live. What is the point of arguing about who is better? Lin Hao Yu said mournfully. When he said that, everyone fell silent. They wanted to help, but they could not. All they could do was watch the show and wait for the judgment of fate. Yes, they were all going to die. What was the point of arguing about who was better? Look, Yuan Ning is going crazy! Everyone heard a voice. No matter who it was, they all looked toward the screen. At that moment, Yuan Ning moved in front of Cheng Feiying. Little girl, you have some skills. Unfortunately, you can't escape death. You will become my blood delicacy. Yuan Ning opened his mouth, revealing two strange fangs. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not help but think of the Devil Shadow Sect. Speaking of the characteristics of the Devil Shadow Sect, the skull tattoo on his arm and the demonic seed in his body were two. Of course, there were also those terrifying fangs in his mouth. Although they couldn't be seen normally, they would suddenly grow when he sucked blood. No wonder this fellow can become stronger even in the ghost prison. With the demonic blood-sucking technique, he doesn't need any cultivation resources at all. He only needs to suck the blood of those demonic beasts and martial artists. Today, I'm afraid he's going to treat all the candidates as his own nourishment. When Ling Xiao saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his figure finally disappeared again. Now that the formation had been set up, the next step was to deal with the elemental energy. Seeing those sharp fangs, Cheng Feiying was clearly startled. She quickly played the flute, and a series of notes wrapped around her body, forming layers of barriers. At this moment, she couldn't attack at all. Just protecting herself from death was already very difficult. The power of origin energy was beyond everyone's expectations. Of course, she was also very surprised. It's useless, little girl. Origin energy revealed a ferocious expression. He didn't care about the layers of barriers at all. With one punch, the notes exploded. They couldn't stop origin energy for even a moment. Protect Miss Feiying. Although there weren't as many disciples as Scarlet Fairy Mountain, they all knew very well what Cheng Feiying meant. Not only was she the granddaughter of Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master, but she was also the key to their victory in this battle. Therefore, dozens of people rushed out at the same time, using their strongest attacks to interfere with origin energy. They wanted to stop origin energy from attacking Cheng Feiying. When the others saw this, they all helped. Only Shanghai looked on coldly. It was obvious that he wanted to use origin energy to kill all his competitors. Until now, he still believed that origin energy was someone the Shah family had bribed. Origin energy definitely wouldn't kill him. Therefore, he didn't need to do anything. The battle in the crowd was very chaotic. No one noticed Shanghai's performance. Shanghai knew how to act anyway. He pretended to release an attack, but he didn't use his full strength. It was just for show. Boom! Origin energy was furious. Hundreds of people attacking him at the same time was still a threat to him. Therefore, he gave up on Cheng Feiying. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of thick magma, burning dozens of people to death in an instant. Most of them were disciples of Orange Fairy Mountain. Seeing this scene, Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master wanted to cry. Yuan Neng, I'll tear him to pieces. Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master gritted his teeth. He couldn't help the people inside now, but he would definitely avenge these people in the future. Cheng Feiying didn't waste the opportunity that so many people had created for her. Not only did she avoid Origin Energy's attack, but she also used a mid-jade grade martial arts technique. The notes condensed and an ice bird carved out of ice crashed into Origin Energy's head. Boom! Crack! An eerie chill was released above Origin Energy's head. Even a martial artist of Origin Energy's level didn't dare to let Cheng Feiying or Shanghai attack as they pleased. Moreover, Cheng Feiying's attack was extremely powerful. At that moment, Origin Energy felt like he was about to lose consciousness. He held his head and frantically retreated. He only stopped after retreating a few hundred meters. He kept roaring like a wild beast. Clearly, this attack had caused him a lot of damage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the others also attacked. All kinds of attacks landed on Origin Energy's body, forcing him to retreat. There's hope! Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master suddenly became excited. However, Lin Haoyu's brows were tightly knitted together. Although these attacks looked lively, there weren't many that were actually effective. He was very confused. Shanghai could have used this opportunity to deal with Origin Energy and deal more damage to him. However, Shanghai didn't do that. What's wrong with Shanghai? If he attacked, even if he couldn't defeat Origin Energy, he could have injured Origin Energy. The mountain master of the Green Immortal Mountain asked directly. Maybe he has his own ideas. That was the only explanation Crimson Viper could come up with. The scene was right there, and everyone could see it. She couldn't make up nonsense out of nothing. Damn it! Damn it! Origin Energy went crazy. This was the first time he had been injured in the battle. Moreover, it was by a girl. He simply couldn't bear it. He stretched out all 18 arms and suddenly released a terrifying attack. It blasted into the crowd and slaughtered dozens of people. This instantly dampened the martial artist's enthusiasm for the battle. Many people began to retreat. Cheng Feiying was exposed to Origin Energy. Die, you stupid girl! Chapter 2253. Cheng Feiying knew that Yuan Ning was no match for her, so she turned around and fled. Yuan Ning ignored the other martial artists and chased after Cheng Feiying. Although Cheng Feiying was strong and fast, how could she escape from Yuan Ning? Seeing that Yuan Ning was about to catch up, Cheng Feiying suddenly stopped. She turned around and covered herself with thick ice crystals. That's the Frost Battle Body! I didn't expect Feiying to have condensed the elementary Frost Battle Body. If that's the case, Shanghai won't be her match. She's definitely invincible among these examinees. The Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master said excitedly. Shanghai has also condensed the elementary lightning battle body. There's nothing strange about that. Crimson Viper said unhappily. Then why isn't he attacking? Is he waiting for Feiying to die? The Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master said angrily. Crimson Viper opened her mouth but said nothing. No matter how she looked at it, Shanghai had no intention of attacking. After Qing Feiying released the frost battle body, Yuan Ning's speed slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qing Feiying put some distance between herself and Yuan Ning. But it was useless. Even with the elementary frost battle body, the gap between Qing Feiying and Yuan Ning was still huge. "Sha Hai, why aren't you attacking?" Qing Feiying shouted anxiously. Yuan Ning only wanted to kill her now. If the others attacked, they would definitely be able to damage Yuan Ning. But the troublesome thing was that many martial artists with lower cultivation were frightened. Sha Hai, on the other hand, didn't want to save Qing Feiying. He even sneered and said, "I can help you, but you have to promise to marry me after we get out." Sha Hai had no idea that his actions were being watched by the people outside. How could he say such shameless words? For a moment, the Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master just wanted to strangle this guy. Crimson Viper lowered her head and said nothing. She was too ashamed to defend Sha Hai. "You're shameless!" Qing Feiying's pretty face reddened slightly, and then she quickly became resolute. "You idiot! Although the elders outside can't see what's going on inside, if I die, someone will definitely say that you didn't save me." "How dare they?" Sha Hai sneered. "I am a disciple of the Sand Clan. Later, I will kill all the disciples of the Orange Celestial Mountain and have them testify for me. You overestimated yourself and insisted on fighting Yuan Ning alone. That's why you were killed. It has nothing to do with me." Ha ha. This guy laughed very arrogantly. However, what he did not know was that all of this was being witnessed by the people outside. Qi Lian and the Mountain Master of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain were so ashamed that they were unable to show their faces. The Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was extremely furious. The other mountain chieftains, as well as Lin Haoyu, were furious. "Just because you're from the Sha family, you can be so lawless! What a bastard!" Lin Haoyu said furiously. "If he can live, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death. Even the Sand Race can't stop them. I'm afraid that Yuan Ning has already been bribed by the Sand Race." Lin Ruoxian said coldly. "Desert Cloud told me that they bribed Yuan Ning. No wonder that kid is so fearless. After all this time, Yuan Ning won't do anything to him at all. Damn that guy!" When the mountain chieftains heard this, they were even more furious. "Deacon Lin, you can't just say things like that." Qi Lian looked at Lin Ruoxian and said, "Of course I know that, but this is what Desert Cloud told me personally. A few days ago, Sha Hai's brother Sha Diao went to the first floor of the ghost prison. That deacon should know," Lin Ruoxian said calmly. "He did go there and even saw Yuan Ning, but I really don't know what he did." The deacon on the first floor of the ghost prison smiled bitterly. "The truth is very clear now. The accident in this trial was caused by the Sand Race. Even if they are one of the 8 great ancient clans, they have to explain themselves," Lin Haoyu roared. "That's right." The mountain chieftains all agreed. This time, the Sha family had angered everyone. "This is bad. Feiying is in danger. She has reached her limit." The Orange Fairy Mountain chieftain stared at Qing Feiying. He had hoped for a miracle, but reality was cruel. At this moment, Qing Feiying's right hand was covered by Yuan Ning's magma power. It seemed impossible for her to dodge. Even if she didn't die from this attack, she would definitely be seriously injured. "It seems that I'm going to die too. I can't accept this." Qing Feiying's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. She had come this far in order to enter the cycle of reincarnation. But now, she had to face the crisis of death. Did she regret it? Not to that extent. For the sake of martial arts, reincarnating was a path she had to take. But she really couldn't accept this. If she had a good helper, she might not have died today. This Yuan Ning might have been locked in the ghost prison for a long time. In fact, his combat ability had been greatly weakened. It wasn't impossible to deal with him. "Feiying!" The Orange Fairy Mountain chieftain cried out in pain. The others also lowered their heads. Qing Feiying would die. Unless a miracle happened. "Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art! Thunderbolt Fall!" Suddenly, a martial artist covered in lightning appeared on the screen. He held a heavy long sword in his hand and descended from the sky like a thunder god bathed in lightning. Is that the thunder god? At that moment, Ching Feiying seemed to see an illusion. I didn't expect that Ching Feiying, would hallucinate because of the fear of death. Who is that? Outside, Lin Haoyu exclaimed. He suddenly felt touched like never before. It was so touching that even an old man like him couldn't help but cry. The thunder god? No, that's the lightning battle body. Could it be Shanghai? Has Shanghai made a move? Crimson Lotus said loudly. I told you, Shanghai wouldn't just stand by and watch. He'll definitely make a move. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Mountain Chieftain Crimson Lotus. That's not Shanghai, it's Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian's face was flushed with excitement. Even as a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortals, she had never worshipped anyone from the Upper Eight Immortals mountain. But at this moment, she was really excited. She felt her whole body tremble. She was extremely happy. Impossible! How could it be Ling Xiao? How could it be him? Crimson Lotus refused to believe that this was possible. How could Ling Xiao, that useless coward, appear here? Like a hero, like a god descending from the heavens. Everyone stared at the man in the sky. They wanted to see who he was. The sword fell. It slashed directly at Yuanning's neck. At this moment, Yuanning was wholeheartedly focused on killing Ching Feiying. He didn't expect someone to suddenly attack him from behind. A wound of nearly 3 inches appeared on his neck. Even his bones were exposed. The terrifying power of lightning ran through his body, causing Yuanning to flee in panic. He retreated several hundred meters before stopping. He stared at the person who dared to sneak attack him. Chapter 2254. It was impossible for Yuanning to forget Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao was one of his test subjects. He thought that this guy was already dead, but he didn't expect him to suddenly appear here. It's really him! Qi Lian's face was full of shock, but he couldn't believe it. How did this kid become so strong all of a sudden? Where did he get so many thunder elemental jades to cultivate the thunder battle body? He must have stolen them from Scarlet Deity Mountain. Qi Lian suddenly shouted. You've misunderstood, Mountain Lord Qi Lian. I gave him those thunder elemental jades. Lin Haoyu said indifferently. I knew this kid was a promising talent, so I gave him dozens of thunder elemental jades. I didn't say it because I didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, I bought those thunder elemental jades from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, not for the Good and Evil Hall. Lin Haoyu knew very well that the thunder elemental jades stolen from Scarlet Deity Mountain were probably stolen by Ling Xiao. But judging from Ling Xiao's performance today, he had to protect this kid. This kid had a bright future. It doesn't matter if he stole it or not. As long as he can save the disciples of 8 Deity Mountain, he has done a good deed. Orange Deity Mountain Lord said loudly. He had originally looked down on Ling Xiao, but this time, Ling Xiao had stepped in to save his granddaughter, Ching Feiying. He was truly grateful. No matter what the final result was, Ching Feiying was still alive. That was something he was grateful for. That's right. This kid is much stronger than Shanghai. He also has the thunder battle body, but he didn't retreat. He made a move at the critical moment. I guess Yuanning was seriously injured. Green Deity Mountain Lord said. Apart from Scarlet Deity Mountain Lord Qi Lian and Purple Deity Mountain Lord, the other mountain lords present had completely changed their views of Ling Xiao. Qi Lian didn't say anything else. It was useless to say anything in this situation. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao was a hero. Lin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes looked around excitedly. However, Desert Cloud and Zhou Tong, who were also in the crowd, had ugly expressions on their faces. As a member of the Xia family, Desert Cloud wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself, and then die in Yuanning's hands. Now, the one being scolded for being shameless was not Ling Xiao, but their Xia family's young master, Shanghai. The reason for Zhou Tong's displeasure was simple. He was looking forward to Ling Xiao dying in the ghost prison. At the very least, he wanted him to die in a pathetic manner. But what about now? A guy from a remote town had actually become a hero in the eyes of all the mountain chieftains? What the hell? Inside the ghost prison, Cheng Feiying looked at Ling Xiao with shock and joy. She was shocked that she wasn't dreaming. Someone had really come to save her. And this person was actually the Ling Xiao that she had completely ignored before. This was really too dreamy, too shocking. Of course, he was happy because he didn't have to die, because this group of people might really be able to defeat Yuanning. Thank you? Cheng Feiying looked at Ling Xiao and thanked him. No need. This Yuanning has done a lot of evil. Everyone has the right to punish him. I just did what I was supposed to do. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Among the crowd, the disciples of Shanghai and Scarlet Fairy Mountain wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but they weren't stupid in the current situation. Let that kid fight with Yuanning. If he's killed, it'll save us a lot of trouble. If he's lucky enough to defeat Yuanning, he'll probably be exhausted. Then, we'll make a move and kill him. Shanghai lowered his voice and instructed the people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Yes. These people were basically his loyal lackeys. Naturally, they would listen to him. Not only did they not move forward, but they also retreated to avoid Yuanning's attack range. This was because they believed that although Yuanning was injured by the attack just now, it was impossible for him to be seriously injured. Ling Xiao already knew what these people were thinking before he made his move. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he knew there were people watching from outside, he would have already killed Shanghai and those people. But now, he needed a reason. A legitimate reason. He looked at Yuanning and said coldly, Demon, you wanted to harm me, but instead, you helped me condense the Thunder Battle body. You probably didn't expect this. Today, I'll completely end your plan that you've been planning for more than 10 years. Do you still think you can escape? Not a chance. You think you can? Yuanning had an arm that was holding an embroidery needle. At this moment, the embroidery needle was constantly moving behind him. After a while, his wound was completely closed. Even so, the power of thunder and lightning that Ling Xiao had injected into his body was still causing trouble. Although it wouldn't kill him, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Although he said it lightly, in reality, he really hated and feared Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao in front of him was his biggest opponent, and the most troublesome enemy. Of course I can't do it alone. Don't you have so many helpers here? Ling Xiao pointed at the disciples of the lower 8 immortals beside him and said loudly, If you want to live, listen to my command. Yuanning will definitely die today. If you want to die, continue to be afraid. Yuanning is a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. If he doesn't die, we'll all die. Listen to him. Cheng Feiying stepped forward and led the remaining dozens of martial artists from Orange Immortal Mountain. From the moment Ling Xiao made his move, she had already determined that Ling Xiao would be the key to defeating Yuanning this time. Green Immortal Mountain will also join. Yellow Immortal Mountain will also join. Green Immortal Mountain will also join. Blue Immortal Mountain will also join. With Cheng Feiying joining, many people were naturally motivated. However, there were still some people who didn't care about Ling Xiao. Humph, you bunch of trash. You actually want to listen to the command of a trash from Black Immortal Mountain. Shame on you. Red Immortal Mountain will definitely not join. Shanghai led the people from Red Immortal Mountain and said loudly, Purple Immortal Mountain won't join either. It's better to trust ourselves than to give our lives to trash from Black Immortal Mountain. As a result, 5 out of the 7 mountains joined Ling Xiao's joint plan to fight the enemy, while Red Immortal Mountain and Purple Immortal Mountain chose to watch from the sidelines. If you don't join, you won't get the spoils when we kill Yuanning later. The leading disciple of Green Immortal Mountain said. Yes. This was unanimously agreed upon. Ling Xiao thought so too. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It was too shameless to just watch from the sidelines and get a share of the spoils in the end. Shanghai didn't say anything, and neither did the people from Purple Immortal Mountain. They all seemed to want to take advantage of the situation. Everyone, listen up. It doesn't matter if they agree or not. They won't be able to get the spoils. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Let's just focus on dealing with Yuan Ning now. While they were talking, Yuan Ning was also speeding up his recovery. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about Yuan Ning's recovery. Instead, he hoped to buy some time. This was because his lightning power had already entered Yuan Ning's body and was hiding. The longer it took, the more serious the damage to Yuan Ning's body would be. Chapter 2255. All right, we'll listen to you. What do you think we should do? Cheng Feiying asked. You and I will face Yuan Ning directly. What they need to do is very simple. They need to aim their strongest attacks at the ground and blast it. Ling Xiao replied. What do you mean? Cheng Feiying did not understand. The others did not understand either. Ling Xiao wanted to explain, but Yuan Ning did not give them a chance and directly charged over. Kid, since you're alive, you should live. You really shouldn't have provoked me. Now I'll start with you. Yuan Ning roared and used all his attacks on Ling Xiao. There's no time to explain. Do as I say. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he soared into the air and then said to Cheng Feiying, When I run away, you attack. That guy can't catch up to me. After attacking, if he turns around, you immediately run away and I'll attack. He's alone and he's not very fast. Let's play him to death. All right. Cheng Feiying nodded and began to condense her strongest attack. Behind her, a long flute that looked like an ice sculpture appeared, exuding a cold aura. That should be her martial soul. A very special martial soul. Then she put the flute in her hand to her mouth and blew it. At this time, Yuan Ning had already pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used the moon step meteor step. Combined with the power of thunder and lightning, his speed was so fast that only a lightning afterimage was left. When Yuan Ning was about to catch him, he easily dodged. His speed is too fast. Our eyes can't even keep up. Why don't we do as that kid said? The leader of the Green Immortal Mountain disciples said. Fine. Since we've already agreed to cooperate with him, let's give it a try. Use your strongest attacks to blast the ground. The rest of the people agreed one after another. In any case, doing so was very safe and would not attract Yuan Ning's pursuit. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots. They believe whatever that guy says. I've never heard of anyone being killed by blasting the ground. Sha Hai laughed, full of mockery. The disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain and the Purple Immortal Mountain all laughed out loud in disdain. Outside the Ghost Prison, the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lords and Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lords lowered their heads. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao's plan was effective or not, the performance of the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain and the Purple Fairy Mountain was unacceptable. Our disciples must have been instigated by the Desert Sea. Crimson Viper finally decided to give up on the desert. Desert Sea had really disappointed her. Her series of actions had been seen by so many people present. Even if she jumped into the stormy ocean, she would not be able to clear her name. She had to make a statement. Otherwise, her Scarlet Immortal Mountain would no longer be able to raise its head in the Eight Immortals Mountain. I'm afraid that the people of our Purple Immortal Mountain have also been bewitched by the Sea of Sand. The Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain added. No one paid any attention to the two of them. Instead, he was extremely shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying speed. That should be our Eight Immortals Mountain's low jade level martial arts technique, the moon-treading meteor steps, right? But how could he be so fast? That's right. Logically speaking, the moon-treading meteor steps might be good, but it shouldn't be this powerful. Even the origin energy couldn't catch up to him. I suspect that Ling Xiao not only condensed the lightning body, but even glimpsed the surface of the profound truths of lightning. You should all know that the profound truths of lightning not only have terrifying destructive power, but also terrifying speed. Lin Haoyu analyzed. If that's really the case, then this Ling Xiao is definitely a rare genius. Why did he reincarnate directly to a place like Yuhua Town? This doesn't make sense. The Orange Immortal Mountain Lord didn't understand. We all know that the more talented a martial artist is, the stronger the place they go to after reincarnating. Have you heard of the two great experts of the White Tiger continent, Tyrant and Feng Fei? Of course we've heard of them. Even if those two youngsters were placed in the White Tiger continent, they would still be absolute geniuses, the crowd said. That's right. Of those two, one reincarnated to the powerful Heavenly King's Gate. The other reincarnated to the equally powerful Black Snake Devil sect. Ling Xiao definitely can't compare to them, the Green Immortal Mountain Lord added. I've heard that a young martial artist even more terrifying than Tiahai Tyranny and Feng Fei rose from the White Tiger continent. His name was Ling Xiao. But in the end, in order to save the woman he loved, he went mad and died in the Nine Heavens Palace. The Ling Xiao of our 8 Immortal Mountain shouldn't be him. Of course not. If it's really that Ling Xiao, the place he reincarnated to wouldn't be any weaker than the Heavenly King's Gate or the Black Snake Devil sect. Cough cough, we've gone off topic. Do you all think Ling Xiao's plan will succeed this time? Lin Haoyu corrected the topic. His plan is probably to team up with Cheng Feiying to deal with the origin energy. Relying on his speed to make the origin energy lose focus, there's still a chance of success. After all, the origin energy's speed isn't an advantage. Then why did he tell those people to use their ultimate skills on the ground? I don't think there's any special meaning behind it. He's just deliberately mystifying things so that the origin energy won't be able to focus on the battle. That's the only possibility. I really can't tell. While the people outside were discussing, Cheng Feiying had already released her ultimate move. It slammed into the origin energy's wound. This time, the terrifying notes condensed into a ferocious ice tiger that bit into the origin energy's neck. In pain, the origin energy released his chi to shatter the tiger, but the wound that had already healed tore open again. This made him furious. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao, he finally changed his mind and rushed towards Cheng Feiying instead. Cheng Feiying did as Ling Xiao said and hurriedly fled. By now, Ling Xiao had already stabbed his sword towards the origin energy. Brat, you've been tricked. Now you're dead! The origin energy who was chasing after Cheng Feiying suddenly turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. He pushed his hands forward, and a huge lava hand blasted towards Ling Xiao. It turned out that he had deliberately made others think that he was chasing after Cheng Feiying. In fact, he had deliberately set a trap for Ling Xiao to attack him, and then seriously injure or even kill Ling Xiao. Oh no, this long-prepared attack is too strong. Cheng Feiying won't be able to save him in time. Outside the ghost prison, many people panicked. Sigh, although they're all reincarnation realm martial artists, this origin energy is still too cunning. Ling Xiao is still a little naive. The master of Orange Fairy Mountain sighed. Hurry up and run, Ling Xiao! Lin Ruoxian almost shouted out loud. However, the Ling Xiao in the image didn't run away. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. However, no one saw this smile. Not even the origin energy was seen. If he had seen it, he wouldn't have attacked. Who's been tricked? You really don't get it. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly, but the long sword in his hand still flew out. Chapter 2256. If anyone knew Ling Xiao in the past, they would understand how terrifying this white circle was. Because this was one of Ling Xiao's profound meaning of light prison. And on the ground, there was a huge black circle. It was the dark prison, that corresponded to the light prison. The dark prison could absorb attacks. Of course, there was a limit to how much it could absorb. But if it was strengthened by the array, it could completely absorb the attacks of all the candidates here. The light prison could release all these attacks at the same time. It was also strengthened by the array. The array that Ling Xiao set up was very exquisite. It concealed this exquisite move of his. So even if there were experts spying on them, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. They would only think that Ling Xiao had used the array. When Yuan Ning's magma hand touched the tip of Ling Xiao's sword, he suddenly understood something. His expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat frantically. However, his feet were frozen in place by the cold ice. That was naturally Cheng Feiying's doing. Although this freezing might only last for a few seconds, it was enough for Ling Xiao. An extremely terrifying attack was released from the tip of Ling Gao's sword. The people who were confused just now seemed to understand the purpose of Ling Xiao's arrangement at this moment. That's my attack! Mine too! But why are they all gathered together? Those who had released their attacks just now realized that the power of their attacks was all condensed together, and released at the same time to attack a single point. This was something that they absolutely couldn't do. But Ling Xiao did it. How is this possible? Even the powerhouses outside the ghost prison were shocked. Ling Xiao did something that they didn't even dare to think about. This was simply a miracle. It seems that this kid's talent has increased after he entered the samsara. He's actually so smart. Lin Haoyu sighed. This time, Yuan Ning is probably dead for sure. The Orange Fairy Mountain Master said excitedly. I never thought that this Ling Xiao would become the final savior. This is too ironic. Did any of you have even a little bit of expectation for him? No. This included Lin Ruoxian and Lin Haoyu. Even if they supported Ling Xiao, they would never have thought that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying ability. This was really unexpected. Yuan Ning was equally shocked. The moment he touched it, he knew that he had been tricked. His arms were instantly destroyed by the attack. But at this moment, a strange word came out of his mouth. Netherworld! Ling Xiao didn't care at first. But after that, he understood what these two words meant. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from Yuan Ning's body. That should be the Netherworld he was talking about. Ling Xiao's terrifying attack smashed Netherworld into pieces, and in the end, it collapsed and disappeared. However, it blocked most of the attacks for Yuan Ning. This allowed Yuan Ning to survive even though he had lost both his arms. Moreover, losing both arms was an extremely terrifying thing to others. It was so terrifying that it made one despair. However, Yuan Ning was not worried about losing both of his arms. That was because he had 18 arms behind him. 2 of them were directly attached to his body. One arm held a sword, and the other arm held a saber. The moment Netherworld was destroyed, he attacked Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. He had almost been killed. If he hadn't killed so many people over the years and cultivated the Netherworld battle body, he would probably have died. However, the elementary Netherworld battle body could only help him block one fatal attack. If there were more similar attacks, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao live, and he couldn't give Ling Xiao a chance to release a second powerful attack. Moonlight Meteor! At that moment, Ling Xiao avoided his vital points, but Yuan Ning's saber and sword still stabbed into his ribs. They were too sharp. And there was a suffocating gloomy feeling. Node Beast, Ice Lion! Just as Yuan Ning was about to launch another attack, Cheng Feiying's attack came again. Yuan Ning felt his body become sluggish, and the coldness froze him for an instant. Not only that. The terrifying Ice Lion bit his neck again. Although his blood was frozen, the pain was bone-piercing. It's over! It's over! I didn't expect Yuan Ning to have cultivated the Netherworld battle body. Although it's only the elementary Netherworld battle body, he managed to avoid the fatal attack just now. I'm afraid Ling Xiao and the others don't have a chance anymore. The Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord exclaimed, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in his exclamation. He was a little happy that Ling Xiao didn't kill Yuan Ning. Otherwise, the brat would have stolen the limelight. However, even if he was gloating, the others knew that Ling Xiao was injured. At this point in the battle, it was basically impossible to turn the situation around. Despair descended once again. The originally excited faces of the crowd were left with helplessness and unwillingness. Just a little bit more. The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord sighed and said, Just a little bit more. He kept repeating the same words. The children haven't given up yet. How can we despair so quickly? Lin Haoyu suddenly pointed at the scene on the screen and said. Everyone looked up. Ling Xiao was blocked behind them. The disciples of the lower 8 immortals led by Qing Feiying, except for those from Scarlet Fairy Mountain and Purple Fairy Mountain, all stood up. Because they saw hope. They saw hope in killing Yuanning. Everyone, listen up. If there was a first attack just now, there can be a second. However, Yuanning's elementary netherworld battle body has lost its effect. Let Ling Xiao recover from his injuries and we can kill that guy. Qing Feiying said loudly. Yes. When everyone worked together, they were still very powerful. Moreover, Yuanning was now covered in injuries. His arms were destroyed just now. Although it didn't seem to affect him much, it still put a burden on his body. In addition, Qing Feiying left a few frostbites on Yuanning's body. And the power of thunder and lightning that Ling Xiao left in Yuanning's body. All of these made Yuanning's combat strength significantly lower than before. Although he couldn't be called a paper tiger, he was definitely not as strong as before. They could still hold on for a while and wait for Ling Xiao to recover from his injuries. However, at this moment, a terrifying shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It's Sha Hai. What is that guy trying to do? Lin Hao Yu said in shock. He's crazy. He's crazy. Is he trying to kill Ling Xiao? Even if they have some grudges, he's trying to destroy everyone's only hope at this time? The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord was about to go crazy. Sha Hai had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. At this moment, although Ling Xiao was protected behind everyone, he was exposed in front of him. How could he give up such a good opportunity so easily? Go to hell, Ling Xiao. Trash like you doesn't deserve to steal my limelight. Chapter 2257. At that moment, Ling Xiao was fully focused on the origin energy. He did not expect Sha Hai, this despicable person, to ambush him under such circumstances. When he realized what was going on, he could only block the attack hastily. Sha Hai was not weak. Even if he managed to block the attack, he would definitely be injured. In the end, it would affect his combat ability. Sha Hai should be hacked into pieces. How can there be such a shameless person? The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master roared. I didn't expect this either. Although Qilian felt that she was domineering sometimes, she was not that shameless. However, Sha Hai was shameless in the truest sense. Even she felt embarrassed. In the ghost prison, the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain who wanted to protect Ling Xiao from the Origin Energy's attack were furious. However, there was nothing they could do. They were too far away to save Ling Xiao. Get lost! At this critical moment, an explosive shout sounded out. Sha Hai and Ling Xiao turned their heads to look. A figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. He blocked the punch for Ling Xiao and collided with Sha Hai's palm. However, the figure was quickly sent flying. He fell to the ground. His arms were slightly withered as if they had been sucked dry. However, with his help, Ling Xiao finally had time to react. He lifted his leg and kicked Sha Hai's abdomen. Sha Hai spat out blood and flew backward. Ling Xiao did not care about Sha Hai. He quickly ran over to check on Lin Yang's injuries. That's right. The person who came to save Ling Xiao was Lin Yang. Lin Yang's arms were strangely withered. Fortunately, they were not completely crippled. For a yin-yang realm martial artist, this was not considered a serious injury. However, that was just a punch. If it had been a little longer, Lin Yang's arms would have been completely crippled. Quick, take this blood-chi pill. Ling Xiao shoved the pill into Lin Yang's mouth, then looked at Sha Hai, who had yet to get up, and said, Bastard, I don't have time to deal with you now. I'll make you pay after I destroy Yuanning. Although he had been pierced by the elemental energy weapon, it wasn't a fatal wound, and it wasn't a vital part either. With the healing pill and the life martial spirit, it was very easy for him to recover. At this time, Yuanning was surrounded by Qing Feiying and the others. He had already gone crazy and injured many martial artists. He knew that this situation could not continue. If this continued, the flames of battle that had just been ignited would probably be extinguished again. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully observed the current state of the origin energy. He could not help but smile. His origin energy was much weaker than before. He can probably maintain the strength of the first revolution in Yang Realm's second level of hell. That's much easier to deal with. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. It was impossible to use the dark prison and light prison a second time. After all, they were only temporary formations. That was why he had been worried about how to deal with this guy. But now, it seemed that it was easier than he had expected. He glanced at Lin Yang and asked, "Brother, can you still move?" "I'm fine, boss. My arms are just hurting. After eating the blood chi pill you gave me, they're gradually recovering," Lin Yang replied. "That's good. Hide in a corner. I alone will be enough for the rest of the battle." Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone who was fighting a tough battle with Yuan Ning suddenly felt a terrifying aura pass by them. They were all stunned. Only Qing Feiying saw Ling Xiao's figure. She wanted to call out to Ling Xiao. Why did this person, who was clearly very intelligent, suddenly become so reckless? Why did he want to fight Yuan Ning head-on? She did not understand. But then, she quickly understood. The heavy longsword in Ling Xiao's hand was wrapped with an even more intense power of lightning. This power of lightning actually made Qing Feiying feel fear. The people outside the ghost prison might not be able to sense it, but Qing Feiying felt it very directly. No! Impossible! This guy's lightning battle constitution is not elementary. It's intermediate. She found it hard to understand. One had to know that the prerequisite to condensing an intermediate lightning battle constitution was that one's physical fitness had to be at least at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. But Ling Xiao's cultivation was obviously not that strong. How could he condense such a terrifying intermediate lightning battle constitution? While she was shocked, the crazy lightning was still gathering on the heavy long sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Streaks of sharp, lightning-like sword chi revolved around the heavy long sword. More and more of them were gathering. "Idiot, you must have been beaten silly. You actually want to fight Yuan Ning head-on?" Qi Lian could not help but curse. Even now, she still looked down on Ling Xiao. She always felt that Ling Xiao was not good enough. "That's not necessarily true," Lin Haoyu said indifferently. "This kid naturally has his reasons for doing things. There's no harm in watching a little longer. Maybe we'll find a surprise." A surprise indeed came. The longsword in Ling Xiao's hand finally stabbed out. His timing was very good. Earlier, Yuan Ning wanted to chase down a disciple of the Green Immortal Mountain. Now that he was about to turn around to deal with him, it was naturally when his inner force was broken. If he took advantage of this opportunity to attack, the effect would be maximized. "This kid is really smart," the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord could not help but praise. "His ability to grasp opportunities is probably unmatched among the disciples of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. You're boasting too much." If it were Mo Feiyu, Yuan Ning would have died long ago. The Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord said unhappily. It was only because everyone was staring at Ling Xiao's attack that they didn't pay attention to his words. Otherwise, it would be strange if he didn't die. The lightning sword chi descended like heavenly fire and greeted Yuan Ning's body. Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Thunderbolt Skyfire. The same attack could be used to deal with multiple enemies, but it could also be used to deal with one enemy. The terrifying attack power of multiple attacks gathered together and blasted on one person. At that moment, Yuan Ning was bombarded by countless lightning bolts. He let out a hysterical howl. He was already covered in wounds and did not have much of an advantage against Ling Xiao. After being hit by this attack, he was basically standing on the same starting line as Ling Xiao. "Qing Feiying!" Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. He did not say what he wanted Qing Feiying to do. But the girl was smart enough to play the flute. On the ground, a python condensed from ice wrapped around Yuan Ning's feet, giving him no chance to retreat. "Nice." Ling Xiao laughed, and put away his long sword. Then, he performed a seal in the air. "Dharma Image Seal, 3rd Prince Neza, Strike of the Universe." The power of the strike of the universe was still stronger than the first two moves of Ling Xiao's meteor sword art. Moreover, it was combined with the lightning power of the intermediate thunderbolt battle constitution. Chapter 2258. The back of Yuan Ning's neck had been slashed open by Ling Xiao and attacked by Qing Feiying several times. He was already covered in wounds. Now, he was attacked by Ling Xiao again. Yuan Ning's head was directly blasted off. Without a head, even a yin-yang realm warrior would die without a doubt. He succeeded? He actually succeeded! Everyone was very surprised, including the warriors inside and outside the ghost's prison. Oh! After a moment of silence, everyone in the ghost's prison cheered excitedly. Before Ling Xiao appeared, they didn't even have the slightest hope of defeating Yuan Ning. That despair was still fresh in their minds. However, after Ling Xiao appeared, hope seemed to follow. At this moment, he killed Yuan Ning. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. However, after pinching themselves hard, they finally confirmed that this wasn't a dream. This was reality. They really succeeded. They successfully killed Yuan Ning. Everything was over. Great! My good granddaughter finally doesn't have to die. Outside the ghost prison, the aged Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master was also tearing up. It seemed that he really loved his granddaughter very much. If Qing Feiying really died, he didn't know how much pain he would feel. That brat, he actually succeeded. This is too surprising. Lin Haoyu had always been good to Ling Xiao because of his relationship with Lin Ruoxian and Lin Yang. However, to be honest, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to achieve such a result. I was right to choose him to join the Eight Immortals Mountain. If it wasn't for him, all the disciples in the Eight Immortals assessment would have died tragically. Lin Ruoxian was also very excited because she did the right thing. Something that she should be proud of. Zhou Tong and Desert Cloud, who were in the crowd, had ashen faces. They couldn't have imagined such a thing. Ling Xiao could actually kill Yuan Ning? Although it was because Yuan Ning was seriously injured, he was killed by Ling Xiao. This was an undeniable fact. Why isn't this guy a disciple of my Scarlet Immortal Mountain? Qi Lian was filled with jealousy as he looked at the gigantic image. In the past, she had never thought highly of Ling Xiao. But today, Ling Xiao had really stolen the limelight. From then on, the status of the Black Immortal Mountain would probably rise as well. Their status in the Eight Immortals Mountain would greatly increase. Her Scarlet Deity Mountain, on the other hand, would become a target of scorn because of that idiot Sha Hai. The Mountain Master of the Purple Deity Mountain didn't look too good either. However, the only thing he was glad about was that Lin Yang was also a disciple of the Purple Deity Mountain. Furthermore, he had saved Ling Xiao. No matter what, the Purple Deity Mountain still had some merit in this matter. Everyone's hearts were filled with emotions, each with their own thoughts. However, at this moment, a terrifying gale suddenly blew through the ghost prison. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, causing people to tremble with fear. Everyone looked in the direction of the gale. Over there, the sea of sand was suspended in midair, surrounded by raging winds and sand. Between his eyebrows, a strange inscription actually appeared, Sand. This ancient inscription represented his bloodline and his martial soul. The Sand race's martial soul was the Sand martial soul. This martial soul had many variations and could release many strange abilities. The stronger it was, the more abilities it could display. Sha Hai looked at Ling Xiao coldly. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He still felt the pain of being kicked by Ling Xiao previously. In addition, Ling Xiao had stolen all the limelight from him. It was hard for him to accept this. As the inscription between his eyebrows became brighter and brighter, the aura of Sha Hai also became stronger. It was as if he had turned into a god of war in the desert. It was a very strange scene. Even his body had turned into sand. This was the terrifying thing about a nature-type martial soul. Although a nature-type martial soul couldn't be said to be the strongest, it was definitely the most useful and the most terrifying. After all, it could control natural elements and turn one's body into elements. Just this point alone was enough to make countless people envious. Amidst the yellow sand in the sky, there seemed to be the power of lightning faintly appearing. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, Shahai not only used his bloodline martial soul, but also his elementary lightning battle body. His killing intent towards Ling Xiao was much stronger than his killing intent towards Yuan Ning. Oh no, what is Shahai trying to do? He actually used the Sand Race's divine inscription to deal with Ling Xiao? The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master was the first to realize that something was wrong. This Sand Race's divine inscription can double Shahai's strength. This guy is already at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he continues to improve, he'll probably be infinitely close to the second level of hell. Moreover, the Sand Race's divine inscription can increase the martial soul's attack power by 4 to 5 times. Ling Xiao just fought Yuan Neng and must have used up a lot of energy. He's in danger. Lin Ruoxian's heart trembled uncontrollably. Although she trusted Ling Xiao a lot, Ling Xiao had just fought a battle. He didn't seem to be seriously injured. However, in order to kill Yuan Neng, he must have used up a lot of energy. Shahai chose to deal with Ling Xiao at this time. It was probably premeditated. Deacon of the first level of the ghost prison, quickly open the door. Yuan Neng is already dead. The door should be open now, right? Lin Haoyu also looked at the deacon of the first level and said loudly, "Yes." At this time, the deacon dared not disobey. Fortunately, the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain weren't all killed by Yuan Ning. Otherwise, he would definitely be severely punished. However, opening the door of the first level of the ghost prison wasn't as easy as he imagined. Although Yuan Ning was already dead and the formation inside was starting to collapse, it still needed some time. During this time, they could only wait. On the other side, in the ghost prison, Chen Feiying stood out and pointed at Shahai angrily. "Shahai, are you done being crazy? Ling Xiao saved all of our lives. What you're doing is simply shameless. Get out of my way, bitch. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're related to that Nandong Tsang. I'm a warrior of the Sand Clan. If you push me too far, I'll kill you too." Shahai roared crazily as he gathered his strength. "Everyone, Ling Xiao saved us. Shouldn't we help him?" Chen Feiying said to the warriors who had joined forces to deal with Yuan Ning. Unfortunately, this time, only the people from the Orange Immortal Mountain answered her. After all, Shahai wasn't Yuan Ning. He was a warrior of the Sand Clan and a member of the Eight Immortal Mountain. If they killed or injured him, it would be a big problem. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Originally, he had planned to give some of the spoils to these people. But now he gave up. He would just give some to Qing Feiying and the people from the Orange Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2259. Miss Qing Feiying, please step aside. This is between me and Shahai. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not afraid of him. Ling Xiao sneered and gave 3 of Yuan Neng's 18 weapons to Qing Feiying. One of them was the nether flute. As for the remaining 15, Ling Xiao planned to keep the nether ghost claw and give one each to Lin Yang and Ling Jiaojiao. The rest would be exchanged for contribution points in the sect. These were all mid-jade grade martial arts and fine spiritual weapons. They could definitely be exchanged for a large amount of contribution points. One must know that mid-jade grade martial arts and fine spiritual weapons in Eight Immortal Mountain were only suitable for martial artists above the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was the reason why Ling Xiao could only choose the low jade grade moon treading meteor steps. The falling star sword art was a martial art he found in Mo Fengzi's jade bracelet. Otherwise, with his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to obtain a mid-jade grade martial art. Of course, there were a few special cases in the lower Eight Immortal Mountain, such as Shahai and Qing Feiying. They were very talented and had strong backgrounds. That was why they could cultivate mid-jade grade martial arts. Even so, mid-jade grade martial arts were very rare in the lower Eight Immortal Mountain. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao defeated Yuan Neng with the Falling Star Sword art and the Dharma Idol Seal. It was so shocking that people forgot about the grade of his martial arts. But now, Ling Xiao had actually taken 15 out of the 18 sets of jade grade martial arts techniques for himself. Naturally, this caused a lot of dissatisfaction. But so what? Ling Xiao didn't care. Those people refused to help him block Sha Hai. It was obvious what kind of people they were. He didn't feel guilty at all. Those nether weapons are all mine. None of you can have them. Sha Hai gloomily looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, his aura had already reached its peak. A sandstorm spiraled up around him, and the air became turbid. It was impossible to see anything clearly. Ling Xiao, do you think you'll become the hero of 8 Immortal Mountain just because you killed Yuan Ning? You're wrong. And it was a huge mistake. In the future, the 8 Immortals Mountain will only sing praises of my Yellow Sea, and at most, Cheng Feiying. As for you, you will only be one of the people killed by Yuan Ning. Up until now, Sha Hai still didn't know that everything that had happened here had been clearly seen by the people outside. When the people outside heard these words, they were both angry and amused at the same time. Really? That's not necessarily true, Ling Xiao sneered. His body was bathed in resplendent lightning as he pointed the heavy sword in his hand at the sand sea. Hee, nothing is impossible. You can die now, Sha Hai sneered. In the void, the howling of the wind grew louder and louder. It was as if a ferocious beast was constantly roaring. Many people held their breaths and distanced themselves from the battlefield. The strength that Sha Hai had displayed was truly too powerful. This took many people by surprise. Is this the strength of one of the 8 great ancient clans, the Sand Clan? It's too terrifying. The Desert Sea is much stronger than we imagined. The Sand Clan's divine text is truly heaven-defying. Lin Haoyu frowned and said, Ling Xiao, what should we do to deal with this? Whoosh! A huge tornado was finally formed. Within this tornado, yellow sand filled the air and lightning crisscrossed. It was incomparably shocking. Sand Clan's secret technique, Yellow Sand Dragon Scroll. This was a special secret technique. In terms of rank, it was naturally higher than a mid-jade grade martial technique. Unfortunately, Sha Hai's mastery was not enough. The power that it released was at most equivalent to a mid-jade grade martial technique. In the eyes of others, this power was enough to destroy everything in front of Sha Hai. As the huge tornado roared, it rushed towards Ling Xiao. Sha Hai's figure also disappeared. He should have merged into the yellow sand that filled the sky. Wherever the tornado passed, the ground cracked and the plants withered. There were even a few disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain who did not manage to escape in time. They were directly sucked dry and turned into dried corpses. In the end, they were crushed and merged into the yellow sand. The Sand Clan's mid-jade grade secret technique is even more powerful than a normal mid-jade grade martial technique. Combined with the Sand Clan's divine text, the attack power is too strong. Why didn't he use it just now? If he did, he would be the one to kill Yuan Ning. Qi Lian muttered to herself. She really wanted her disciple to become a hero, and not like now, where all the mountain lords saw his ugly actions clearly. Oh no! Cheng Feiying also knew that Ling Xiao was in trouble this time. Not to mention that Ling Xiao had used up a lot of Yuan Ning's energy to defeat him. It would be difficult for him to block Sha Hai's terrifying attack. Lin Ruoxian, who was outside the ghost prison, even wanted to rush in. But there was no other way. The gate of the ghost prison was still closed. They could only watch as Sha Hai, this despicable and shameless guy, acted impudently there. Lin Yang, who was inside the ghost prison, wanted to help, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Lin Yang, as my brother, you have to have confidence in me. You don't really think that I can't block Sha Hai's attack, do you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had to admit that Sha Hai's powerful attack was almost as powerful as Yuan Ning's attack after he was seriously injured. It definitely had the ability to hurt him. But so what? It was just a target for Ling Xiao to test his sword. The Meteor Sword technique has a total of 6 moves. I've only used 2 of them. One move, Fall, and the other, Heavenly Fire. Fall has reached perfection. Its power is boundless. Heavenly fire, on the other hand, has only reached perfection. But just now, in the battle with Yuan Ning, I finally increased the power of these two moves. Death had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Heavenly fire, on the other hand, has reached perfection. The increase in power is not just a little bit. Just right, I'll use Shanghai as a target to test my moves. Ling Xiao thought to himself. His body slowly rose up. The thunder and lightning on his body suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a sudden burst of bright starlight. His entire body seemed to be bathed in the starry sky. The starlight behind him was especially dazzling. This dazzling light made many people close their eyes. Is Ling Xiao really planning to fight Shanghai head-on? Under Shanghai's attack, he should avoid it if he can. Doesn't he have a powerful movement technique? The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master asked, puzzled. I'm afraid it's not that he doesn't want to avoid it, but that he can't. The Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master smiled and said, the most terrifying thing about the Sand Race's secret technique is that it can affect the entire space. Ling Xiao is already surrounded by the sandstorm. He can't escape at all. Since he can't escape, he can only fight it head-on. Even if it's an egg hitting a rock, there's no other way. I don't think so. Shanghai's secret technique is powerful, but don't forget that the sword technique Ling Xiao used just now can injure Yuan Ning. Lin Haoyu reminded. Chapter 2260. Behind Ling Xiao, the ball of starlight grew brighter and brighter, bigger and bigger. Its aura actually gradually suppressed the madly charging sandstorm. It made people forget how to speak. This sword is to tell you that aristocratic bloodlines are nothing special. The so-called Sand Race's divine script is just a little inheritance left to you by your ancestors. You don't know how to carry it forward and only know how to make use of it. How can you become strong? Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Thunderbolt Fall, Perfection. What's going on? Is his sword art an intermediate jade grade sword technique? Qing Feiying felt her lips tremble, and her whole body trembled. Her worry about Ling Xiao vanished in an instant. An intermediate jade grade sword technique that had reached perfection? This was something that even she couldn't do. One had to know that his Sound Talisman Beast incantation was also a jade intermediate secret technique, but he had only cultivated it to the proficient level. Ling Xiao had actually honed this sword technique to the point of perfection. Was it really possible? Whether or not it was possible, the truth was in front of her. Qing Feiying didn't care whether she believed it or not. That was the reality. What a monster! This kid! Lin Haoyu sighed. To be honest, since I became the external hall master of the 8 Immortals Mountain's Hall of Virtue and Punishment, I've only seen one person as monstrous as him. That was Ling Yan. But Ling Yan isn't as good as him. Although many people wanted to refute Lin Haoyu's words, they didn't know how to. At the very least, the terrifying sword intent that Ling Xiao had displayed was enough to completely crush Shanghai. The moment Ling Xiao's sword arrived, starlight filled the entire space. The originally roaring yellow sand tornado was instantly destroyed by the terrifying sword chi. It was like a snake being torn to pieces. The terrifying sword light covered the entire space. The only thing people could see was the yellow sand covered by the starlight. Ling Xiao's sword art had won. When the starlight disappeared, the yellow sand had completely stopped. Ling Xiao and Shanghai were both standing in the void. However, the two situations were completely different. Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced Sanxi's throat. Sanxi was like a corpse hanging there, with only blood dripping down. This scene seemed to have been frozen in time, causing everyone to become dumbfounded. The ghost prison was completely silent. Outside the ghost prison, there was also a short period of complete silence. Young master! Suddenly, Desert Cloud, who was in the middle of the crowd, howled in pain. This voice startled the people outside. The door seems to be open, the deacon of the first floor of the ghost prison said. Hearing that the door to the first floor of the ghost prison had opened, everyone rushed inside. Desert Cloud and Zhou Tong also rushed in. Lin Ruoxian did not move for a long time. This scene caused her cheeks to turn red. Which girl doesn't like heroes? She doesn't like outstanding men? In the past, Lin Ruoxian helped Ling Xiao only because of Ling Xiao's outstanding talent, and because Ling Xiao helped Lin Yang. But this time, it was because of Ling Xiao's strength that she developed a sense of admiration. Seeing Desert Cloud rush in, she hurriedly followed. Ling Xiao killed Sha Hai with a single sword strike. Desert Cloud would not let this matter rest. That guy was Sha Hai's supervisor and also his bodyguard. With Sha Hai dead, Desert Cloud would definitely be the unlucky one. Therefore, Desert Cloud would definitely take revenge on Ling Xiao, even if it meant breaking the sex rules. After all, in Desert Cloud's eyes, the Sand Tribe was more important than the sect. At this time, in the ghost prison, Cheng Feiying was also in a daze for a long time. She felt that Ling Xiao's shadow had been deeply imprinted in her soul realm. She originally thought that this person would not have anything to do with her. But in reality, from the moment Ling Xiao saved her, this person's shadow became clearer and clearer in her heart. At this moment, it was completely imprinted in her soul. The disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were the ones who were the most afraid and unable to believe this fact. Hey, are you kidding me? How could Lord Sha Hai lose to Ling Xiao? And lose so miserably? In a head-on battle, Ling Xiao actually killed Lord Sha Hai after exhausting so much energy? They had mocked Ling Xiao more than once, saying that he was trash and not qualified to be compared to Sha Hai. But what could they say in this situation? Trash defeated the invincible Sha Hai in their hearts? They felt their faces burning, and their hearts were filled with fear. At this time, the people outside had already entered. Although he had seen the same scene on the screen just now, standing at such a close distance, he realized that it really wasn't a dream. The 7 mountain lords, including Lin Haoyu, felt like they had been slapped in the face. Especially Qi Lian and the mountain lord of Purple Fairy Mountain. They had praised Sha Hai endlessly, but in the end, Ling Xiao defeated Sha Hai so easily. They really felt their faces burning uncomfortably. Young master! Desert Cloud rose into the air and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged. Desert Cloud carried Sha Hai's corpse and placed it on the ground. A round, jade-like pill was placed into Sha Hai's mouth. It's the 9 Transformations Life Recovery Pill! Ling Xiao frowned. This pill was something that he could not refine now. It was an extremely high-quality pill. He did not expect the Sand Race to have it, and it was even used by trash like Sha Hai. The scariest effect of this pill was that as long as the person did not die for too long, the corpse would be kept warm. Furthermore, as long as the corpse's temperature was maintained at least 90%, it could be revived. This was simply a heaven-defying pill. It was said that only the alchemists of the Immortal Court could refine it. Ling Xiao had seen similar pills before, and that was when he had just arrived at the White Tiger continent. He did not expect to see it again today. This was probably the foundation of a big family. However, it was not a big deal. Sha Hai was just a defeated opponent to him. So what if he was revived? Since he dared to find trouble with him, he would naturally find a way to kill him. He believed that the people outside had seen the battle today clearly. He had a good reason to kill Sha Hai. Even if Sha Hai was a disciple of the Sand Race, it was useless. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountain was not controlled by the Sand Race, but by the 8 great ancient races. No matter what, Ling Xiao had saved so many disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain today. Even if there were people who hated him to the core, he was still a meritorious person to the sect. This would not change. Whoever went against him would be slapping the 8 Immortal Mountain's face. Ruoxian, you have a good eye. This Ling Xiao will become a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain sooner or later if you nurture him well. Lin Haoyu smiled at Lin Ruoxian. With Ling Xiao's aptitude, the 8 Immortal Mountain would definitely nurture him. After all, in this era, it was the era of fighting for geniuses. No one would easily give a genius away. Don't be delusional, Hall Master Lin. I admit that Ling Xiao is very strong, but don't forget the selection rules of the 8 Immortal Mountain. With Ling Xiao's aptitude, he is not bad, but it would be very difficult for him to pass. Chapter 2261. Don't even think about it. There's no way Ling Xiao can pass the selection of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. The mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain sneered. Even though Lin Haoyu wanted to refute, he shook his head bitterly after opening his mouth. The upper 8 Immortal Mountain was the true core of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao might have the qualifications, but his strength and other conditions were far from enough. Heis, if only Ling Xiao had Desert Cloud's background. But what a pity! Lin Haoyu sighed. That's right. Desert Cloud will definitely participate in the selection of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain this time around. And he'll definitely pass. After all, he's from the Sand Race. As long as he passes the selection, he'll be accepted into the Sand Race. But it's different for the others. To pass the selection, one has to be selected. Otherwise, no matter how good one's results are, it'll be useless. Lin Ruoxian shook his head. It seemed as though Ling Xiao's path of ascension had come to an end just like that. He was really indignant. Ruoxian, don't think too much about it. Ling Xiao has offended the Sand Race. Even if he were to be promoted to the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, he might not have a good ending. Don't forget what kind of a person Sha Diao is. This time around, Sha Diao was indeed killed by Ling Xiao. He was only saved by Desert Cloud with the 9 Transformations Life Return Pill. The 9 Transformations Life Return Pill was the same as the 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill. They were both treasures of the ancient race. They were non-renewable resources. This time around, the Sand Race had suffered a huge loss. There was no way Sha Diao would let him off. If Ling Xiao didn't enter the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Sha Diao probably wouldn't care about him. He would only try to trip him up secretly or send his lackeys to deal with Ling Xiao. If that was the case, Ling Xiao would still be able to handle it. But once Ling Xiao becomes a disciple of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Sha Diao would definitely not let him off. Lin Haoyu consoled Lin Ruoxian. Even though that's the logic, I still feel indignant. Lin Ruoxian sighed. He was about to talk to Ling Xiao about this so that Ling Xiao could be mentally prepared. But at that moment, Desert Cloud suddenly charged towards Ling Xiao. Even though Sha Hai had been saved, his eyes were devoid of life. It was clear that he was crippled. He was probably killed in front of so many people, and in such a miserable manner. Even if he was saved, he would be too ashamed. Nobles, after all, always valued their reputation very much. Therefore, Desert Cloud had to make Ling Xiao pay the price. Desert Cloud, what are you trying to do? Lin Ruoxian appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He looked coldly at the Desert Cloud and said, Ling Xiao has made great contributions to the sect. If you dare to touch him, I will kill you. Desert Cloud frowned, and his body came to an abrupt halt. Of course, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. But against Lin Ruoxian, he had no chance of winning. After all, he was just a disciple of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, while Lin Ruoxian was a disciple of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. The gap between them was obvious. Ling Xiao, you trash. If you have the ability, don't stand behind a woman. Fight me one-on-one. Desert Cloud roared at Ling Xiao. Are you an idiot? You are just a dog of the Sha family. What right do you have to fight me? Do you know why I didn't participate in the life and death battle in Shanghai? Many people thought that I was afraid. What a joke. I just wanted to tell everyone that I, Ling Xiao, am not a dog of Shanghai. I don't need to be called to come and go. Ling Xiao looked at Desert Cloud and said contemptuously, You are courting death. Desert Cloud roared. Even a dog of the Sha family is worth more than a martial artist from a remote town like you. You don't understand how scary the Sha family is. Do you know who Sha Diao is? He is the brother of Sha Hai, and he is his biological brother. You touched Sha Hai, so he will not let you go. His methods are extremely cruel. If you die in my hands today, it might be a relief for you. You talk too much. What Sha Diao? I have never heard of him. Have you heard of Mo Feiyu? Ling Xiao asked. He is one of the top geniuses of the 8 Immortal Mountain. But what is the result of him going against me? He was really not afraid of Sha Diao. Because it was useless to be afraid. The 8 great ancient families sounded impressive, but compared to the true demonic empire of the past, it was nothing. Ling Xiao was not afraid of the true demonic empire's demon generals. Why would he be afraid of a small family? If he could not survive, he could just leave. Once he left the 8 Immortals County, the 8 Immortal Mountain was not impressive at all, let alone the Sha family. Therefore, Desert Cloud was really stupid to use such a thing to scare a reincarnated warrior who had seen the world. Who hurt my brother? At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Like a cold wind, it instantly blew through the entire space. Then, a figure wrapped in yellow sand attacked. He stood next to Sha Hai. This person was dressed in black, and there was also a mark of Sha Hai between his eyebrows. But his strength was many times stronger than Sha Hai's. There were several terrifying scars on his face. It was said that they were all left behind when he challenged someone of a higher level. However, others left insignificant scars on his face, but he caused others to lose their lives. Desert Cloud, who did it? The first thing Sha Diao did when he arrived was to ask his brother who hurt him. This was naturally very important. As he spoke, Ling Xiao was also looking at Sha Diao. This Sha Diao was not a reincarnated warrior, but he had to admit that he was really a genius. That terrifying body released an aura that caused him to be fearful. Of course, this aura seemed to be a little weaker than Mo Feiyu's. After all, Mo Feiyu did not belong to any of the 8 great ancient clans, but he became a special disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. His talent was really outstanding. Young Master Sha Diao, it was that guy who did it. Desert Cloud pointed at Ling Xiao and said, Lin Ruoxian? Sha Diao frowned. Perhaps it was because Lin Ruoxian was standing in front of Ling Xiao. Or maybe it was because Ling Xiao's aura was too weak, and Sha Diao did not think that he could defeat Sha Hai. So there was such a problem. No, it's that person. The person behind Lin Ruoxian, Desert Cloud said. Him? Sha Diao was stunned for a moment and said, Are you sure? My brother will lose to that kind of trash. Desert Cloud smiled bitterly and said, It's true. Damn it! Sha Diao suddenly took a step forward and punched out. A storm wrapped in yellow sand rushed toward Ling Xiao. Of course, this attack was easily blocked by Lin Ruoxian. Sha Diao, since Sha Hai is not dead, let's call it a day. If we really want to investigate, Sha Hai's behavior is simply despicable. Lin Ruoxian looked at Sha Diao and said coldly, How dare you stop me? Bitch! Sha Diao said coldly. You don't want to marry me. Is it because you like this guy? He pointed at Ling Xiao and asked. So what? Lin Ruoxian was scolded so harshly by the idiot. In a fit of anger, she said something that wasn't appropriate at this moment. This made Ling Xiao stunned. Chapter 2262. Sure enough, kid! How dare you compete with me for the same woman? You have some guts! Sha Diao had an ugly expression on his face. He had come to seek justice for his younger brother, Sha Hai, but in the end, he had gotten himself into trouble. The woman he had chosen had actually fallen in love with another man. He really didn't take himself seriously. He glared at Ling Xiao with a murderous look in his eyes. It doesn't matter if you have guts or not. Most importantly, someone like you is really worthy of Deacon Ruoxian. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of Sha Diao either. Sha Diao had bribed Tong Yanming to kill him. Although he hadn't succeeded, he had still done so. To Ling Xiao, this was already a death grudge. If he had to lower his head to such an enemy, he might as well die. Furthermore, Sha Diao wasn't strong enough to make him fear him. He still had the powerful Sky Tyrant martial soul and the Beast God transformation that he hadn't used yet. Even if he wasn't strong enough, there was still the Butterfly Lady. If the Butterfly Lady wasn't enough, there was still the Yuan Venerate. As long as he had enough spirit gems, the Yuan Venerate could help him. In short, Sha Diao wasn't someone he had to tolerate, so there was no need for him to tolerate. He understood the principle of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. However, if he only knew how to pretend to be a pig, then he would really be a pig. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have Lin Ruoxian backing you? Sha Diao said coldly. I don't think that way, nor do I intend to do whatever I want. In fact, aren't you the one who really wants to do whatever you want? You are a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortals and a member of the Sand Race, yet you actually barged into the Eight Immortal Mountains assessment and attempted to kill the person who obtained first place. Are you not taking the rules of the Eight Immortal Mountains seriously? Or is the Sand Race trying to monopolize the Eight Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao believed that the 8 great ancient clans of the 8 Immortal Mountain couldn't just be a fist. There was definitely competition between them, and even some internal strife. If the Sand Race acted recklessly, the other clans would definitely step in to stop them. In fact, this matter was being discussed at the 8 great ancient clans meeting on the 8 Immortal Mountain. Sha Hai's actions are truly shameful. Although he is a disciple of the Sand Race, we cannot let him off so easily. That's right. Although Ling Xiao injured Sha Hai, he had no choice. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also performed meritorious deeds. The Sand Clan wouldn't forget the agreement between us, the 8 great ancient clans, in order to protect a disciple, right? Of course not. Everything will be done according to the rules of the sect. The one in charge of the meeting was Sha Hai's father, Sha Lin. In this small meeting, the Sand Clan's sworn enemy, the Jin Clan, was very active. They actually tried their best to protect that Ling Xiao and suppress his son. But as his father, there was nothing he could do. If it was something that had not been discovered, he could use some means to hide it. After all, they had done such things in the past. But now, the troublesome thing was that Sha Hai's actions were all seen by those who went down the 8 Immortal Mountain. Among them were the eyes and ears of the 8 Immortal Mountains, and the 8 great ancient clans. There was no way to deny it. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. In any case, Sha Hai was his son, a disciple of the Sand Clan. Even if he admitted defeat, there would not be too severe a punishment. He could only let that brat Ling Xiao benefit from it. How hateful! Recognize that brat clearly. In the future, no matter what activities he engages in, as long as he is a member of the Sand Clan, he will suffer. If you can kill him, it's best to kill him directly. But don't be like my stupid son and do such a stupid thing. Speaking of this matter, Sha Lin gnashed his teeth in hatred. He hated Ling Zhao's audacity. He hated his son even more. How could he be so stupid? Sha Diao and Desert Cloud, who were trying to deal with Ling Xiao on the first floor of the ghost prison, received the same order. They were told to retreat. Brat, consider yourself lucky. But don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you will definitely die without a burial place. When Sha Diao left, his face was ashen. He had mustered a lot of people to find trouble with Ling Xiao. In the end, he did not do anything and left with his tail between his legs. This was really a little embarrassing. However, Lin Ruoxian revealed a worried expression. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. She was afraid that the Sand Clan would not do anything to Ling Xiao on the surface. But it was hard to say behind their backs. Would Ling Xiao really be able to avoid this calamity? She turned around and glanced at Ling Xiao. She planned to find an opportunity to discuss with Ling Xiao to see if Ling Xiao could simply leave the 8 Immortals Mountain and be done with it. In the past, Lin Ruoxian had recruited Ling Xiao to join the 8 Immortals Mountain because they wanted talents. But now, she wanted Ling Xiao to leave the 8 Immortals Mountain purely for Ling Xiao's safety. Sometimes, people were contradictory. But this kind of contradiction was nothing more than liking someone. All right, the trial has ended. This time, Ling Xiao has done a great job by saving all the disciples of the 8 Immortals. The 8 ancient tribes have already recorded his contribution. If anyone dares to gossip behind his back, they will be punished. If anyone dares to spread rumors, then don't blame the Hall of Good and Evil for being impolite. Lin Hao, you said a sentence at the right time. All of a sudden, many people were silenced. Originally, many people naturally wanted to tell Qi Lian that Ling Xiao had killed the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain and Qi Yan'er. But now, Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. His outstanding aptitude and intelligence had attracted the attention of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Perhaps one day, he would make a meteoric rise and become a carp that leaped over the Dragon's Gate. It was really not worth offending him. Of course, more importantly, the 8 great ancient clans had just rewarded Ling Xiao. If they were to blame Ling Xiao now, it would be tantamount to denying the 8 great ancient clans. Who would be so bold to court death? Unless there was something wrong with their brains, no one would dare to do so. Everyone followed Lin Haoyu and the others out of the first level of the Ghost's prison. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was calculating his gains this time. 15 undead weapons. These undead weapons were all fine spiritual weapons with Jade-grade intermediate martial skills. In other words, Ling Xiao was definitely considered a rich man in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. In Yuanning's body, he found a huge demon seed. This demon seed would be very beneficial for his cultivation breakthrough. Although he was now in the late stage of the first level of Hell, his enemy was the entire Sand Clan. There was also Mo Feiyu who could be released at any time. He could not be careless. The stronger he was, the more likely he was to survive. His strength had always been reflected by his strength. Without strength, his strength was just a bluff. Ling Xiao did not have that kind of habit. Other than the undead weapons and demon seed, there was also a large number of contribution points. He did a rough calculation and found that there were as many as 500 contribution points. If he donated the remaining undead weapons to the sect, his contribution points might reach more than 1,000. By then, he would be able to exchange them for better things. This time, it could be said that he had a great harvest. Ling Xiao, thank you for before. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. Chapter 2263. In fact, in the process of killing Yuanning, Cheng Feiying had helped Ling Xiao a lot. It was because of this that Ling Xiao had given her 3 undead weapons. I just wanted to come out alive. You don't have to thank me, Ling Xiao said with a smile. No matter what, thank you very much. At this point, Cheng Feiying frowned and said, The sand race will never let you go. You must be careful. With that, Cheng Feiying turned and left. Ling Xiao certainly knew that the sand race would not let him go. It was because of this that he needed to continue improving his strength. The threat of others could not make him afraid. Instead, it would only make him cultivate even more crazily. Desert Cloud! Sand Eagle! You want to kill me? It won't be that easy! Soon, the sand race will know the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao. Mo Feiyu's clan will not be the first to be wiped out, nor will it be the last. Don't mess with me. I'm not a kind person. Ling Xiao had never been a person who would endure humiliation. If others bullied him, he would find a way to get back at them. Whoever liked to be a kind person could be a kind person. Anyway, the so-called kind people he had seen were all screwed over by those evil people in the end. People could not do evil, but they could never not do evil. What are you thinking about? Lin Ruoxian's voice suddenly rang in Ling Zhao's ears. At this time, Lin Haoyu and the others had already walked to the front. Only the 2 of them were left behind. Of course, this was the opportunity that Lin Ruoxian was looking for. Nothing much. Thank you, Deacon Ruoxian, for stopping the Sand Eagle. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be in one piece. Ling Xiao was very confident, but he also knew his limits. With his current strength, if some external factors were excluded, the Sand Eagle's strength could completely crush him. Without Lin Ruoxian's help, he would have been seriously injured. Naturally, words of gratitude had to be said. I brought you into the 8 Immortals Mountain, so I have to be responsible for you. Lin Ruoxian smiled and said, To be honest, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to kill Shanghai so easily. However, it's time for you to leave 8 Immortals Mountain. Why? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. You still don't understand after seeing the idiot? Although he can't do anything to you openly because of the sex order, the sand race is very powerful, unlike Mo Feiyu who is alone. If they really want to deal with you, you will have endless troubles. At that time, I'm afraid I won't even have the heart to cultivate. Lin Ruoxian reminded him. Once you leave the Eight Immortals Mountain, with your talent, joining any sect is better than staying here. Your personality is really not suitable for such a sect. Attendant Ruoxian, I'll say something that you don't like to hear. Perhaps you didn't look down on me in the past. Even now, you're still looking down on me. Ling Xiao chuckled. Truth be told, I don't care about the idiot at all. The sand race is mediocre. Do you really think I'm afraid of them? Lin Ruoxian's jaw dropped. She suddenly realized that the person standing in front of her was a martial artist who had entered the cycle of reincarnation. Before entering the cycle of reincarnation, he had been at the peak of the life-seizing level, and had stepped into the reincarnation level. There was no way he would care about the sand race. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly found that she couldn't bring herself to say anything. After a long moment passed, she couldn't help but say, You might have been strong in the past, but you're still in the cycle of reincarnation. You haven't recovered your former strength. I understand that you care about me, Attendant Ruoxian, he said. But if a martial artist cowers in the face of anything, then his path of martial arts will be filled with obstacles. Don't worry, I'm not the type of person who doesn't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. If I run into a problem that I can't solve, then I'll take the initiative to leave. Ling Xiao's way of thinking was simple. Although there would be difficulties, they wouldn't cause him to despair. Therefore, he didn't need to give up. If he gave up once, then there would be a second time, and a third. If he gave up too many times, it would become a habit. That was a very scary thing. Fine. Since you've decided to stay, I'll do my best to give you as much information as possible. That way, you'll be safer. Lin Ruoxian knew that she might have been overthinking things. Ling Xiao was much more intelligent and rational than she had imagined. What information? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian said, First of all, don't think that just because you easily took first place in the exam that you're the #1 genius in the lower 8 immortal mountains. You should know that this exam was only for the first level of the Hell of Yin-Yang realm. At most, you'll only be the first amongst these people. In the Black Tortoise continent, geniuses were divided into several grades: Gold Grade Genius, Jade Grade Genius, Earth Grade Genius, Heaven Grade Genius, Immortal Grade Genius, and Divine Grade Genius. There's also a genius of the highest rank, known as the Human King Genius. Since ancient times, only a single human king has reached this rank. Even the true Devil Emperor of the True Devil Empire was only a divine genius. In the lower 8 immortal mountains, Cheng Feiying is considered an Earth-rank genius. Sha Hai is only a Jade-rank genius. But there are two people with even higher potential than them, and they're Sky-rank geniuses. Oh, just who are they? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian shook her head. That's a secret of the sect. I have no way of knowing. I only know that there are two of them. Sky-rank geniuses. I know. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change at all. Back in the White Tiger continent, he met multiple immortal-rank geniuses, Feng Fei, Tiahai Tyranny, and Long Qin, all of them. He'd also been judged to be a divine-rank genius. Thus, he didn't think there was anything special about Sky-rank geniuses. Lin Ruoxian shook his head with a wry smile. He could roughly guess Ling Xiao's past and didn't waste any more time on the topic. Then let's talk about the second question that concerns you. It's about the Devil Shadow sect. Lin Ruoxian's expression suddenly turned serious. What's wrong with the Devil Shadow sect? Instantly, Ling Xiao became extremely nervous. This was because the Devil Shadow sect was even more troublesome than the sand race in his eyes. Although it hadn't been long since its rise, it spread like a plague and created a terrifying Devil Shadow whirlwind in the Black Tortoise continent. You said before that the Devil Shadow sect has a deacon in the 8 Immortals Prefecture, right? Yes. Did you find out who he is? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian nodded. I don't know if you still remember the Heavenly Wind Society? Of course I do. The only faction in the 8 Immortals Prefecture that has the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as the 8 Immortals Mountain. It seems to be a sect directly under the Imperial Court? Ling Xiao nodded. It's good that you remember. Don't be scared when I tell you. The Devil Shadow sect's deacon in the 8 Immortals Prefecture is the youngest son of the Heavenly Wind Society's leader, Qin Changxing. Chapter 2264. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. Although he might not be afraid of the Heavenly Wind Group, with his current strength, he was no match for the Heavenly Wind Group. The deacon of the 8 Immortals City was the son of the Heavenly Wind Group's leader, Qin Changxing. This was troublesome. Does Qin Changxing know about this? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know, but I think he knows. Lin Ruoxian guessed. Qin Changxing not only has a high cultivation, but is also very smart. It's impossible that he doesn't know what his son is doing. Then this is troublesome. Ling Xiao frowned. If Qin Changxing didn't know about this, he could still kill the deacon behind his back. But if Qin Changxing knew, then killing the deacon meant offending Qin Changxing. At that time, the 8 Immortals Mountain wouldn't protect him. They would definitely send him away. Yes, it's very troublesome. Not to mention Qin Changxing, just the strength of the 8 Immortals City alone is not something you can deal with. Lin Ruoxian continued. I heard that although Qin Changxing's son's talent isn't very good, his cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. He has 6 Hall Masters under him, all of whom are at the peak of the 2nd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. 2 of them are at the 1st rank. Besides the Hall Masters, there are 12 Protectors and thousands of Town Deacons. The Protectors are at the peak of the 1st level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm to the early stage of the 2nd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. There are also 1st-rank martial artists among them. Most of the Town Deacons have just broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, so there is no need to worry too much about them. There are also no 1st-rank martial artists, but there are many of them. Not to mention, there are hundreds of thousands of disciples. Lin Ruoxian said so much to tell Ling Xiao that he should try his best to escape from the Devil's Shadow sect. Unless the 8 Immortals Mountain helped him, Ling Xiao would be courting death if he tried to fight him by himself. Of course, I will help you. Lin Yan will also help you, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Lin Ruoxian added. Didn't the sect leader of the 8 Immortals Mountain read the previous letter? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, but he doesn't care at all. He doesn't care about a mere Devil Shadow sect. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Haha, after all this time, I still have to deal with the Devil Shadow sect myself. Forget it, it's better to rely on myself than on others. In any case, I already have a death grudge with the Devil Shadow sect. If the Devil Shadow sect is not destroyed, I will never have a day of peace. So, they must die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Actually, after hearing Lin Ruoxian's words, Ling Xiao was actually relieved. Within the 8 Immortals City, the strongest martial artist in the Demon Shadow sect was only at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 3rd level of Hell. Moreover, he was not even a rank 1 martial artist. He had the confidence to deal with such a person. Although the difference in cultivation between the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of Hell was huge, the difference in cultivation base between the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of Hell was huge. This was why Wen Yuanqi could completely suppress hundreds of disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain in the Ghost Prison. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary rank 1 martial artist. He was a rank 1 martial artist who had entered the Samsara realm. Challenging someone of a higher level was nothing out of the ordinary for him. No, to be exact, he had to be able to do it. Otherwise, the benefits of entering the Samsara realm would be too small. Of course, given his current cultivation base, he still couldn't deal with the 8 Immortal City's deacon unless his cultivation base broke through to the 2nd level of Hell, or he used the power of a Yuan Venerate and the Butterfly Lady. However, dealing with the Devil Shadow sect wasn't something that could be done overnight. The Devil Shadow sect was probably focused on the vampiric sacrifice now. Instead, they didn't pay much attention to him and Yuhua Town. He had time. As the two of them chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the foot of the Black Immortal Mountain. Feng Ru was already waiting there. Feng Ru hadn't stopped cultivating during the past few days of assessment. Her cultivation base had clearly advanced to the Yin-Yang realm thanks to the Yin-Yang Hell elixir that Ling Xiao had given her. Although she had just broken through, it was obvious that Feng Ru was very happy. Her cultivation base, which had stagnated for a very long time, had broken through now. Anyone would be very happy. Junior brother, the Mountain Master is back. He said that you have made a great contribution to the Black Immortal Mountain and have gained face. Therefore, he wants to hold a special celebration for you. Feng Ru said excitedly when she saw Ling Xiao. Then I'll take my leave first. You should consider the matter of the Devil Shadow sect carefully. Don't act recklessly. Lin Ruoxian sent Ling Xiao to the foot of the mountain before leaving. I know. Ling Xiao watched Lin Ruoxian leave before following Feng Ru up the Black Immortal Mountain. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain, the eldest disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, Qi Feng, and the second disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, Zhou Tong, were already waiting there. A table with fine wine and delicacies was placed on top of the beautiful mountain peak. Feng Ru smiled. Junior brother, you guys eat. I'll take my leave first. Take your leave? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He could tell that the dishes on the table were all cooked by Feng Ru. After all, he had stayed in the Black Immortal Mountain for some time. Ling Xiao had some understanding of Feng Ru's culinary skills. These dishes were clearly cooked by her with great care. Of course, unlike the food of ordinary people, these dishes were quite beneficial to one's cultivation after eating them. Some could increase the strength of one's body, while others could increase the upper limit of one's inner strength. In short, although the effects were not as obvious as pills, they were still good things. However, he could not sit down and eat the dishes cooked by Feng Ru. He had to take his leave. Ling Xiao did not understand this logic. He was very dissatisfied. Senior sister, sit down and eat together. Since it's a celebration for me, there's no reason to take your leave, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you got first place in this assessment. In our Qin nation, no matter how high a woman's status is or how powerful she is, she cannot sit with a man. This is the rule. Zhou Tong shouted sternly. All right, since that's the case, I'll go celebrate with Senior Sister Feng. I'm sorry, Mountain Lord. Later, this disciple will apologize to you. Ling Xiao stood up and looked coldly at Zhou Tong. He had almost killed Sha Hai, but this Zhou Tong was still so arrogant. It seemed like he had a new backer. Was it the Desert Cloud? Ling Xiao sneered. Not to mention the Desert Cloud, even if it was an idiot, he, Ling Xiao, was not afraid. A mere desert cloud was nothing. Sit down, Ling Xiao. Feng Ru, come and eat with us. There are no outsiders in the Black Immortal Mountain. There aren't so many rules. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain smiled faintly. Mountain Lord, I admit that Ling Xiao is talented. However, his character is too impudent. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Moreover, he will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Sooner or later, he will harm our Black Immortal Mountain, Zhou Tong said loudly. Enough. I'm still the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain, right? Chapter 2265. Zhou Tong shuddered, suddenly remembering what this mountain chieftain had done in the past. Only then did he shut his mouth. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain was not someone to be trifled with. Among the 8 Mountain Lords of the 8 Immortal Mountains, Qi Lian was not the strongest. It was not the Mountain Lord of Orange Immortal Mountain, but the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao felt the extraordinary killing intent of the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain. He thought to himself, this person is too mysterious. I have to be wary of him in the future. After he and Feng Ru sat down, the killing intent instantly disappeared. A smile as bright as the sun appeared on the black Immortal Mountain's mountain master's face. Ling Xiao, in the few days that I was not in the sect, you really did a few big things. Amazing. To be honest, even I, the Mountain Lord, was shocked. I did not expect you to have cultivated the lightning battle body. Rare, really rare. The Mountain Lord did not mean to say this. He was speaking the truth. To be honest, the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain did think that Ling Xiao's talent was not bad. However, he only thought that he was a gold or jade immortal genius and could not be compared to Sha Hai and Chen Feiying. However, after this battle, he understood that an amazing person had come to his Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao's talent should be at least an Earth Immortal genius. As long as he was trained well, he would definitely become the absolute glory of Black Immortal Mountain in the future. Mountain Lord, you flatter me. I only have some cultivation experience because I reincarnated. It's nothing special, Ling Xiao said humbly. No matter what, it is true that you have contributed greatly to Black Immortal Mountain. After this trial, Black Immortal Mountain status has greatly increased. Not only did the sect give us another 40 lightning elemental jades, but they also gave us a lot of spirit stones and resources. In the future, your cultivation conditions will also be better. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain found Ling Xiao pleasing to the eye. Perhaps in a few years, with his and Ling Xiao's hard work, Black Immortal Mountain could regain its former glory. I am originally a member of Black Immortal Mountain. It is only right for me to contribute to Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao said lightly. Besides, ever since I joined Black Immortal Mountain, Senior Sister Feng Ru has been very good to me. Mountain Lord also helped me through a difficult time. I know how to repay kindness. No matter what intentions the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain had, he was indebted to him. He did not care about anything else. Alright, let's skip the pleasantries. Let's eat. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain smiled, and everyone began to eat. Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain. What do you lack the most now? What do you lack now? What do you lack now? What do you lack is? What you lack now? What? What do you lack now with you? What is Lord? Immortal? Mountain Lord, didn't you say that you would only give him a mid-tier jade grade martial art technique? Zhou Tong could not help but ask. I. The reason the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain had changed his mind at the last minute was because of Ling Xiao's gratitude. Ling Xiao was indebted to him, which meant that Ling Xiao was a loyal and affectionate person. He was treating Ling Xiao well now, so Ling Xiao would definitely repay him in the future. Although a mid-grade jade martial technique was good, Ling Xiao did not lack it. Giving it away wouldn't have much of an effect. That was why he had allowed Ling Xiao to make the request himself. Ling Xiao really needed a lot of things now. However, in order to increase his strength, there were two things that he couldn't do without. Then give me a spirit gem or a powerful beast martial soul. Spirit gems were for Yuan venerates and divine scriptures. As long as he had enough spirit gems, Yuan venerates and divine scriptures would be of great help. Therefore, this was very important for his survival. A beast martial soul was because he wanted to maximize the combat strength of the beast god martialists. Given his current cultivation base, it was simply impossible for him to truly control the transformation of the 12 beast gods. He had also tried to use the sun god transformation in the past, but to be honest, it had been very awkward. Not only had it consumed a lot of energy, but its combat strength hadn't been as high as expected. It was like a child wearing an adult's clothes. The clothes were nice, but they couldn't control it. Therefore, he wanted to make his status as a beast god martialist even stronger. The best way was to find a suitable beast martial soul for himself. Of course, there was a limit to this. A beast martial soul could only be a beast of the same species as the 12 beast gods. Zi Chou Yin Mao Chen Si Wu Wei Shen Yu Su Hai. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig. Even if they weren't of the same species, as long as they were of the same species, they could use them. Of course, he had also told the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain about this condition. However, he didn't expect much when he said this, as such an item was very difficult to find even in the Hall of Good and Evil. It was unlikely that the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain had it either. I really don't have a soul gem, nor do I have the beast martial soul you want. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain shook his head. As expected. Although he didn't have much hope, when the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain really said it, Ling Xiao was still a little disappointed. However, don't be too disappointed. Although I don't have a beast martial soul, I know where you can find what you need. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain added. Please tell me. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. There is one in the Hall of Good and Evil. It seems to be a beast martial soul at the second level of Yin Yang Realm, Peak of Hell. It's called the Steel Armored Bull Demon. This should be suitable for you, but I have to remind you that this Steel Armored Bull Demon martial soul is very expensive. It's said that it's worth more than 5 million low-grade spirit stones in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. This beast martial soul is compatible with the second level of Yin Yang Realm, Hell. Even if you want to exchange it at the Hall of Good and Evil, it'll cost more than 500 contribution points. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain reminded. I can't help you with the contribution points, but if you need spirit stones, I can give you some. Also, if you want to exchange for the Steel Armored Bull Demon martial soul at a cheaper price, you can do so as well. There's a mission in the Hall of Good and Evil that no one has completed. If you help, perhaps the contribution points for the Steel Armored Bull Demon will only be 100, or even less. Hearing the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel delighted. Although he now had more than 500 contribution points, he couldn't possibly use all of them to exchange for the Steel Armored Bull Demon martial soul. Moreover, this exchange for the Steel Armored Bull Demon martial soul was just a trial. If he didn't succeed, it would be a waste. Therefore, he was absolutely willing to spend less contribution points. As for the mission in the Hall of Good and Evil, it was a small matter. He believed that he could complete it. After the banquet, Ling Xiao went straight to the Hall of Good and Evil. He really wanted to know what the mission of the Hall of Good and Evil was. Chapter 2266. Ling Xiao planned to give it a try as soon as he obtained the Steel Armored Bull Demon martial soul. At the very least, he could use it until his cultivation reached the peak of the second level of the Yin Yang realm. He could change it when he obtained a better martial soul in the future. Although there was no difference in grades between martial souls, there was a difference in levels. The stronger the demonic beast, the more powerful its martial soul would be. Therefore, changing his martial soul according to his cultivation would be very helpful in increasing his battle prowess. In the Hall of Rewards and Punishments, Ling Xiao was warmly welcomed by the Outer Hall Master, Lin Haoyu. What surprised Ling Xiao was that the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was also here. He came here specifically to talk about the Steel Armored Bull Demon martial soul. Even if you didn't come, with my relationship with Ling Xiao, I would have kept the Steel Armored Bull Demon martial soul for him. Lin Haoyu smiled and said, This is a small matter. Did you not tell him about the other matter? Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Ling Xiao was clearly a little puzzled. Because I don't know what the outcome will be, I didn't tell him so that he wouldn't be happy for nothing. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master shook his head. What's the matter? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Seniors, can't you explain it to me? Actually, it's nothing. You should know that the 8 Immortal Mountain has a promotion test, right? I saw that your talent and strength have basically met the requirements, so I sent a request to the sect to participate in the test. To be honest, you offended the sand race, so I don't know if this request will be accepted. That's why I didn't tell you. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master explained. Thank you, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao smiled. He was very happy. If he could advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, he would be able to obtain more resources, and his cultivation would increase even faster. This was definitely something that would only bring him benefits, and no harm. You're welcome. However, since this matter has already been mentioned, I'll remind you that if you want to participate in the test, your cultivation must at least reach the peak of the second level of the yin-yang realm, or the early stage of the second level of the yin-yang realm. Of course, if you have the same strength, you can also pass as an exception. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master explained. It doesn't seem that difficult, Ling Xiao said casually. This upper 8 immortal mountain was so mysterious. He thought that it was very strong, but it was obvious that he was thinking too much. Don't underestimate it, Ling Xiao. Do you know that the number of people who will be able to pass the examination of the 8 Immortals Mountain this time will not exceed 100? In the end, only 3 or 4 people would be able to pass the test. The probability of this was very small. Therefore, even if you pass the application, don't expect too much. This time, you are participating in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment to see the world and exchange blows with other young masters. He, Ling Xiao, would never accompany the Crown Prince in his studies. Of course, he would not say this out loud, in case Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord and Lin Haoyu said he was too arrogant. It was meaningless to emphasize this. It seems that you don't think much of it. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts. He sighed and said, Lin Ruoxian should have told you that there are 2 heaven-grade geniuses in 8 Immortal Mountain, right? She did, but she doesn't know who they are, Ling Xiao said. She doesn't know, but I know. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain said. These 2 will also be taking part in the trial of the 8 Immortals Mountain. One is Desert Cloud from Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and the other is Akira from Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Both of them had reached the second level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. You've seen Desert Cloud before, so I won't say much about it. As for Akira, his cultivation is at the middle stage of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although your senior brothers Chu Rifeng and Zhou Tong have higher cultivation, their actual combat power is not stronger than theirs. Moreover, they are a little older. This time, they will also participate in the test, but their chances of passing are very low. Of course, they are much higher than you. He thought that Ling Xiao would restrain himself after hearing his words. However, Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord clearly misunderstood Ling Xiao's character. Not only did the strong competitors not make him lose his courage, but it also stimulated his fighting spirit. No matter what, he had to raise his cultivation to the second level of the yin-yang realm before the test. Moreover, Ling Xiao did not seem to care about the strength of those people, but the identity of one of them. Akira can't be related to Chiyenne, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course they are related, because Akira is Chiyenne's sister. Although Akira is a reincarnation realm martial artist, they share the same mother, so they are related by blood. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord replied. Hee, I hope she doesn't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I don't mind letting her follow in Chiyenne's footsteps. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Of course, he would not take the initiative to deal with Akira, but he hoped that Akira would not provoke him. Otherwise, with his character, he would not let it go. Chiyenne would become Akira's role model. Ling Xiao, not only do you have to worry about Akira, but you also have to be wary of Desert Cloud, Lin Haoyu suddenly said. I know, the sand race hates me to the core, so Desert Cloud will not let me off easily. However, I will not let him off easily either. Ling Xiao would not forget Desert Cloud's attempt to kill him. Therefore, he would naturally kill Desert Cloud if he had the chance. Hearing this, Lin Haoyu could only smile bitterly. Ling Xiao's temper was like this, so what could he do? Alright, seniors, let's not talk anymore. I still plan to go to the Hall of Good and Evil to exchange for something, so I'll take my leave. Ling Xiao did not only want to exchange for something, but also wanted to exchange the remaining netherworld weapons for contribution points. He originally had 15 of them. He kept one for himself, one for Lin Yang, and one for Ling Jiajiao. There were still 12 that could be exchanged. He reckoned that he could exchange them for a lot of contribution points. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step out of the door, the Orange Immortal Mountains Mountain Lord and Cheng Feiying arrived together. The one who called out to Ling Xiao was the Orange Immortal Mountains Mountain Lord. Senior, is something the matter? Ling Xiao asked curiously. This old man, how should I put it? Sigh, I'm a little embarrassed. The Orange Immortal Mountains Mountain Lord said bashfully. Forget it, I'll throw away my old face. Actually, because Feiying was in danger in the ghost prison, this old man said that I would let Feiying marry anyone who could save Feiying. But now, it seems that it won't happen. Old man, are you going back on your word? Lin Haoyu asked with a smile. Chapter 2267. It was good that Lin Haoyu's promise couldn't be fulfilled. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really didn't know how to face Cheng Feiying. In his life, he only loved Moon Maiden. As for other girls, they could only be his confidants at most. If Lin Haoyu really wanted to marry Cheng Feiying to him, he didn't know how to deal with it. However, the next words of the Orange Fairy Mountains Mountain Lord made Ling Xiao a little unhappy. The Orange Fairy Mountains Mountain Lord explained. There's really no other way. The Sand Clan's patriarch personally gave a betrothal gift for Feiying to marry Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud? Why is it this guy again? He's just a bodyguard of Desert Sea. How can he make the Sand Clan's patriarch personally propose marriage? Ling Xiao frowned. That's right. I didn't want to agree at first, but the other party is the Sand Clan's patriarch. This time, the sect punished Desert Sea because of your matter. I can only turn a blind eye to this matter. Sigh. The Orange Fairy Mountains Mountain Lord sighed. It was obvious that he didn't want his granddaughter to marry Desert Cloud. Is he targeting me? Ling Xiao sneered. He knows that you said such things, yet he still purposely came to propose marriage. This is clearly a slap to my face, to let me know that the Sand Clan is the one in charge of 8 Immortal Mountain. That's possible. After all, when I said those words, Desert Cloud was standing by the side. The Orange Fairy Mountains Mountain Lord nodded. Cheng Feiying, I'm sorry this time. That Desert Cloud is someone I want to deal with. Your marriage won't happen. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Cheng Feiying and said, If you really have the ability, I'd be happy to watch a show. Cheng Feiying also didn't like Desert Cloud. She had her own crush, someone from 8 Immortal Mountain, but definitely not someone from the Sand Clan. It was a pity that this time, that person didn't stand up to oppose her marriage with Desert Cloud. This made her somewhat disappointed. Ling Zhao's sudden rise gave her some hope, making her feel a little strange about this martial artist from a remote town. After bidding farewell to everyone, Ling Xiao stepped into the Hall of Rewards, Virtues, and Punishments for Evil to exchange for contribution points. He exchanged the 13 Netherworld weapons for 1,300 contribution points. In this way, his contribution points had reached 1,800 points. Among the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountains, this was definitely an astronomical figure. With so many contribution points, Ling Xiao was no longer interested in rewarding the good and punishing the evil Hall. After all, the steel-armored bull demon martial soul was only worth 500 contribution points. After the exchange, he still had 1,300 contribution points left. It was enough to get something else. Just as he was about to find Lin Haoyu to exchange for the steel-armored bull demon martial spirit, his path was blocked by someone. It was actually a sea of sand. Hee, isn't this young Master Sansi? You wasted a 9 transformations life rejuvenation pill to save your life. You should be recuperating. What are you doing out here? Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Sha Hai, his eyes full of sarcasm and mockery. Boom! Sha Hai did not say anything. Instead, he released his powerful aura. First Revolution Yin Yang Realm 2nd level, early stage of hell. You broke through? Ling Xiao frowned. He did not expect Sha Hai to benefit from this disaster. It seemed that the 9 transformations life rejuvenation pill could not only save lives, but also improve a person's physique. That's right, I broke through. Are you afraid? Sha-Hai looked coldly at Ling Xiao. This time, it was his turn to reveal a mocking smile. Afraid? Ha ha! Ling Xiao laughed happily. Your stupidity hasn't been cured yet? The last time you went against me, you were killed by me. Fortunately, the 9 transformations life rejuvenation pill saved your life. You didn't cherish it and actually came to provoke me. It seems like you're prepared to die again. However, your sand race shouldn't have the same kind of pill, right? Laugh to your heart's content. Wait for me to consolidate my current cultivation. Then, we'll meet at the 8 Immortal Mountains examination. Last time, I lost to you. Count it as my bad luck. However, this time, you won't have another chance. Sha-Hai said coldly, turned around, and left. Looking at his departing figure, Ling Xiao's expression gradually turned cold and gloomy. Do you think that the heavens are helping you by increasing your cultivation? No, God probably saw that I didn't manage to kill you and couldn't stand it anymore. He's prepared for me to do it again, Ling Xiao said coldly. With Sha-Hai's current cultivation, even if he did not break through, he could still kill him. One had to know that Yuan Ning was at this level of strength after he was seriously injured. However, he was still killed by him. Even so, Ling Xiao was still unhappy. He wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible and defeat Sha-Hai more decisively. He could not give Sha-Hai any false impression that he could surpass or defeat him. He wanted Sha-Hai to give up completely. After separating from Sha-Hai, Ling Xiao went to Lin Haoyu's place. He wanted to use 500 contribution points to exchange for the steel-armored bull demon martial soul. However, the result that he got disappointed him greatly. It was snatched away? Ling Xiao asked in shock. Sha-Hai took away the steel-armored bull demon martial soul with the order of the Sand Clan's patriarch. Lin Haoyu sighed. Is he targeting me? Ling Xiao asked. It should be. After Sha-Hai came here, he didn't want anything else but the steel-armored bull demon martial soul. Lin Haoyu replied. Although I am the Outer Hall Master, I can't refuse someone who used contribution points to exchange for it, and the order of the Sand Clan's patriarch. Ling Xiao understood that Lin Haoyu was right. Lin Haoyu would not openly make an enemy of the Sand Clan for him. Moreover, there was no point in doing so. Lin Haoyu would not give it to him. As long as the owner of the steel-armored bull demon martial soul was willing, it would be fine. Zhou Tong, that guy, he must have leaked the news that I need the steel-armored bull demon martial soul. Ling Xiao immediately thought of the few people at the banquet. Zhou Tong was naturally the most suspicious. Chu Runfeng had a normal relationship with him. There was no enmity or kindness between them. Feng Ru had a very good relationship with him. The Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master had the intention to nurture him. Other than Zhou Tong, it could not be anyone else. Good, very good. Since you don't want me to become stronger, I will show you how strong I am. Fortunately, you don't know about my lava battle body. Then, I will use the remaining contribution points to exchange for herbs and lava origin jades. When Ling Xiao was in the ghost prison, his intermediate lightning battle body and intermediate lava battle body could naturally continue to improve. He still had a lot of thunder origin jades left. There was no need to exchange them, so he exchanged for a lot of lava origin jades. There were also soul gems. There were also supplementary herbs to refine the demon seed and materials to refine the yin-yang origin force pill. Ling Xiao understood this principle very well. If he wanted to make breakthroughs in his cultivation, he couldn't lack medicinal pills. How did his cultivation increase so quickly? Other than his outstanding aptitude, there was another important reason, which was that he knew how to refine pills himself. Refining pills to aid his cultivation allowed him to advance quickly. Chapter 2268. Ling Xiao planned to keep the remaining 1,000 contribution points. If Lin Haoyu had a martial soul similar to the steel-armored bull demon, he would have enough contribution points to exchange for it. A man without foresight would have immediate worries. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao locked himself in the thatched cottage. Due to the breakthrough in his cultivation, he planned to try to integrate more thunder elemental jades and lava elemental jades to strengthen his lightning battle body and lava battle body. Previously, he had a total of 64 thunder elemental jades. After using 30, he was left with 34. This time, he bought 30 lava elemental jades. He had no choice. He wanted to buy more, but this was already the limit. In the 8 Immortal Mountain, there was a huge limit to how much contribution points could be exchanged for resources. In order to integrate the elemental jades more securely, Ling Xiao first refined dozens of fusion pills. This was a pill that Ling Xiao modified according to his own process of integrating the elemental jades and some of the content described in the Eternal Divine Pills scripture. The level of the pill was not high, but it was very practical. It could make the elemental jades easier to integrate with the body and reduce the pain. Cultivation wasn't torture. He didn't like it when he made himself suffer so much every time. After doing this, Ling Xiao began to integrate the thunder elemental jades. After swallowing the 31st thunder elemental jade and combining it with the fusion pill, he felt that the integration was so easy. There was no obstruction at all. After 2 to 3 minutes, the integration was complete. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his lightning energy had increased a little. Although it was not much, it was still very obvious. Next was the integration of the lava elemental jades. His lava battle body relied on the special lava to condense, so he did not use the lava elemental jades before. Originally, he was worried that there would be a conflict. But obviously, he was worried too much. This process was much easier than he had imagined. The integration of the first lava elemental jade was completed easily. It felt similar to the process of the 31st thunder elemental jade. With such a smooth start, Ling Xiao was quite happy and continued the integration. The 32nd thunder elemental jade. The second lava elemental jade. When cultivating, time seemed to pass very quickly. Inside the thatched cottage, Ling Xiao no longer cared about the outside world, and only focused on fusing with the origin jade. When 40 thunder elemental jades and 10 lava elemental jades were fused, the difficulty of fusing them increased significantly. However, with the fusion pill, it was still acceptable. In order to make the fusion easier, Ling Xiao entered the sun god state to make his body more comfortable. He wanted to see what his current upper limit was. Could he directly break through to an advanced constitution? The elementary constitution was already very powerful, and the intermediate constitution was even more terrifying. What about the advanced constitution? He was looking forward to it. Once the fusion reached its limit, he was ready to start practicing the Nether Spirit's Claw. The Nether Spirit's Claw only had 2 moves, so it should be easier to practice than the Meteor Sword art. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't miss out on the opportunity to improve his combat strength. Moreover, in the process of practicing martial skills, it was also very helpful to increase one's cultivation. After finishing these 2 things, Ling Xiao planned to make a trip to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to see if there were any soul gems and to inquire about the Devil Shadow Sect's movements. As the Devil Shadow Sect's so-called vampiric sacrifice got closer and closer, Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. If he didn't completely eradicate the Devil Shadow Sect's forces in the 8 Immortals County, he felt that he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. He recorded his arrangements in an organized manner. He was very clear about what he should do. However, plans always couldn't keep up with changes. When Ling Xiao was preparing to fuse with the 41st Thunder Elemental Jade, the God Codex suddenly told him that Feng Ru was here, and she seemed very anxious. Ling Xiao knew very well that Feng Ru wouldn't disturb him unless it was something important. After all, Feng Ru knew that he was cultivating. Thinking of this, he stopped cultivating and opened the thatched cottage. "Senior sister, what happened?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Feng Ru hurriedly said, "I'm not very clear about the details. The shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company at the foot of the mountain, Lin Fengyuan, sent someone to bring the news. He said that he found a severely injured martial artist while transporting goods. After asking, he turned out to be someone from the Ling family of Yuhua town. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately thought of Mo Feiyu. Could it be that Mo Feiyu went to Yuhua town? Ling Xiao asked. I don't think so. Mo Feiyu is still reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors. I heard that after experiencing the destruction of his clan, Mo Feiyu calmed down instead. Furthermore, his cultivation improved greatly. It can't be him. Feng Ru shook her head. No matter what, I'll go to the 8 Immortals County first. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he rushed down the mountain. Feng Ru was worried that Ling Xiao would be in danger. Knowing that she wasn't strong enough, she went to find Lin Ruoxian. Lin Ruoxian was much stronger than her, and was interested in Ling Xiao. He would definitely be able to help Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the 8 Immortals County city gate through his private transportation formation. However, the more anxious one was, the easier it was to encounter trouble. There wasn't a single person outside this familiar East City gate. If it was the usual Ling Xiao, he would have easily noticed that something was wrong. However, he obviously overlooked it today. Something happened to the Ling family, which made him anxious. That was his first force in the Black Tortoise continent, and also his home. Ling Jiaojiao, whom he cared more about, was there. By the time he realized that something was wrong, he was already surrounded by more than 10 people. What shocked Ling Xiao was that these people's cultivation had all reached the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. 2 of them were even in the first transition. Who had such great power to mobilize so many assassins to deal with him? The other party didn't waste any time. After surrounding him, they launched an attack. As for Ling Xiao, he was too lazy to waste any time. He was in a hurry to go to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, so he didn't hide his strength. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The intermediate lightning battle body completely released its terrifying power. All of you die! You shouldn't have stopped me at this time! Lightning Meteor Sword Art's second move, Heavenly Lightning Fire. He waved his sword and dozens of lightning sword auras fell from the sky like heavenly fire. Of the dozen assassins, only the 2 in the first transition of the Yin-Yang realm at the peak of the first level of the hell were still alive. The rest were all killed. Ling Xiao removed the black cloth on their faces. They were 2 unfamiliar faces. He guessed that these people wouldn't reveal any flaws. How could he recognize them? He didn't even ask and directly used the 3-leaf demonic eyes, Soul Catcher. He searched the 2 assassins' soul realms for information about the mastermind. Chapter 2269. It's actually the Shen family's doing again. Looks like this Shen family is planning to be exterminated. Ling Zhao's expression was gloomy to the extreme. But there should be people from the Sand race behind the Shen family. Ling Xiao was very clear that the Shen family and Zhou family had very good relations with the Sand race. This matter was done by the Shen family on the surface, but the Sand race was definitely involved. After all, to send out so many experts all at once, it was still a little difficult for the Shen family alone. Forget it. Let's not think so much for now. Better go to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company first. Things had to be settled one by one. The most important thing now was to know what happened in Ascension Town. Before long, he had already arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Lin Fengyuan led him enthusiastically into the inner room. Along the way, there were many words of praise. They were all talking about the ghost prison trial. However, Ling Xiao did not listen to a single word. When he arrived in the room, he saw the still very weak and pale Old He. Old He was Ling Yuhua's most loyal servant. In the family, his strength was second only to Ling Yuhua. According to Lin Fengyuan, when he saved Old He was almost at his last breath. They used first-rate healing pills to heal him. Shopkeeper Lin, I can't thank you enough. Just put all of Old He's expenses on my account. Ling Xiao naturally would not let Lin Fengyuan suffer a loss. After all, the other party saved his people. Young Hero Ling is too courteous. You guys chat first. I'll go out first. Lin Fengyuan tactfully left the room, leaving Ling Xiao and Old He here. Actually, what he said just now was not for money. He just wanted to get closer to Ling Xiao. However, since Ling Xiao already misunderstood, this was better explained later. Ling Xiao was not in the mood to listen to any explanation now. Old He, what happened? How did you escape with serious injuries? There were no outsiders in the room. However, for safety's sake, Ling Xiao still took out a formation refining stone and hid this space. He did not want too many people to know about his matters. It's the Devil's Shadow sect. Old He sighed and said. The Devil's Shadow sect made a move on Ascension Town. What's going on? Why did the Spectre sect attack Ascension Town? Is it because of me? Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment before asking. I don't think so. This Yuhua town is the closest town to the Eight Immortal City. I heard from the disciples of the Spectre sect that they are going to conduct a drill in Ascension Town to test the effects of the vampiric sacrifice. Old He explained. Blood-sucking sacrifice. Ling Xiao instantly understood. The Eight Immortals County was too big, and there were too many experts. If the Shadow Devil sect wanted to carry out the blood-sucking sacrifice in the Eight Immortals County, they had to be very careful. That was why they had chosen to conduct a drill in Yuhua Town. It was likely that the entire process would be carried out according to the Eight Immortals City's blood-sucking sacrifice. There were two advantages to doing this. One was to increase the success rate of the vampiric sacrifice in the Eight Immortals City. The other was to attract everyone's attention to Ascension Town. This way, the vampiric sacrifice in the Eight Immortals County could be arranged more safely. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Although he didn't know what the vampiric sacrifice was, Ascension Town was probably in a very dangerous situation now. Old He, rest well here. I'm going to Ascension Town. Not for anything else, but simply for Ling Jiaojiao, he had to go back. Moreover, the Spectre sect had a great enmity with him. If he didn't get rid of the Spectre sect would find trouble with him sooner or later. It was better to do this cleanly. Sensing the cold killing intent that Ling Xiao suddenly released, Old He hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. Young Master Ling Xiao, don't be impatient. I've only left Ascension Town for a day. I heard from those people that the vampiric sacrifice drill this time will be carried out completely according to the real vampiric sacrifice. Just setting up the formation and preparing the materials will take 3 to 4 days. Therefore, Ascension Town shouldn't be in danger now. I know you're anxious, but if you go there rashly, you won't be able to return. Hearing Old He's words, Ling Xiao suddenly calmed down. He was anxious just now because he was worried that he didn't have time. However, from what Old He said, he still had 3 to 4 days to prepare. In this case, he could listen to Old He's detailed explanation of the situation first. Ling Xiao had always been very calm. Even when he was extremely angry, he wouldn't let his anger affect his emotions. The angrier he was, the calmer he would be. Therefore, those who were familiar with Ling Xiao knew that if Ling Xiao suddenly stopped talking and became extremely calm, it meant that he was extremely angry. This was the calm before the storm. Tell me everything you know. Since the Spectre sect dares to behave atrociously in my territory, I can only make their power in the Eight Immortals City disappear completely. Ling Zhao's voice wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, it was extremely cold. That's right, with his current cultivation, he might not be able to do that. However, one couldn't forget that he had been hiding a terrifying martial soul. With the tyrannical martial soul, the bastards of the Spectre sect in the Eight Immortals City were no match for him. It is said that the blood-sucking sacrifice requires a large number of blood pigs. Yes, it is the warriors who provide the blood for them. The stronger the warriors are, the more precious their blood is and the more they need it. Now Yuhua Town has been taken over by the Spectre sect. However, with the defensive array you set up, the Ling family can still hold on for the time being. The Spectre sect is wantonly capturing blood pigs in Yuhua Town. The battle is very chaotic, so I was able to escape. However, I am not here to look for you. I am here to look for the prefectural governor. Since Yuhua Town is in trouble, the prefectural governor should send reinforcements, right? The reason why Old He didn't look for Ling Xiao was because he didn't know Ling Xiao's true cultivation. When Ling Xiao had left Yuhua town in the past, his cultivation hadn't been very high. He had only been in the Grotto Heaven realm and had been unable to contend with the Spectre sect. He had come to ask for help from the prefectural governor. You don't have to look for him. The prefectural governor can help you. Ling Xiao shook his head. He knew that the prefectural governor of the Eight Immortals County was Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan's status in the Lin family wasn't the highest. He couldn't risk offending the Heavenly Wind Group to eliminate the Spectre sect. Moreover, they might not believe Old He's news. Even if they sent someone to investigate, it would take a long time. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't believe that the Eight Immortals County's army was a match for the Spectre sect. Therefore, he had to take action. Why? Old He asked, puzzled. Don't ask so many questions. Is that all you know? Are the Spectre sect all in Yuhua town? Ling Xiao asked. That's not the case. In Yuhua town, there is only one hall master of the Spectre sect and 3 guardians. There are also thousands of town wardens and tens of thousands of disciples. Their town wardens, hall masters, and guardians should still be in the Spectre sect's lair, waiting for the results of the drill. Chapter 2270. That's good. Ling Xiao suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. The only person he was wary of in the Spectre sect was the county city deacon, Qin Wuyan. Although he was Qin Changxing's most useless son, he was still at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. He couldn't be underestimated. That's good? Young Master Ling Xiao, don't tell me you want to face so many Spectre sect disciples alone? Old Black was dumbfounded. Even if the county governor can help, as a disciple of Eight Immortal Mountain, can't you ask for help? There's no need to trouble Eight Immortal Mountain. I can handle it alone. If I trouble them, I'll owe them a favor. Ling Xiao shook his head. If he wanted help, he could find it. At the very least, Lin Ruoxian, Lin Yang, Cheng Feiying, and Feng Ru would help him. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord might help. Lin Haoyu might help too. Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord might help too. However, the Spectre sect disciples in Ascension Town were just a hall master and 2 protectors. He didn't care about them at all. Even if he didn't use his overlord martial soul, he could still kill them all. I really shouldn't have told young Master Ling Xiao about this. Old Black sighed bitterly. I already told you not to inform you, but that shopkeeper Lin insisted on informing you. Sigh. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your strength, it's already very difficult to deal with a town deacon. You have no chance of winning against a protector, let alone a hall master. I'm begging you. Please find a way to contact Eight Immortal Mountain. If they help, you'll definitely succeed. If it's really not possible, I'll go find the county governor. Old Black didn't want to implicate Ling Xiao because of this. In fact, when he left Ascension Town, Ling Jiaojiao, who sent him out, had specially warned him not to affect Ling Xiao's cultivation. He couldn't let Ling Xiao get involved in this dangerous matter. But there was nothing he could do. He was injured, and he couldn't stop Lin Fengyuan from informing Ling Xiao. Old He, I know what you're thinking. However, you don't have to worry. Just stay here and recuperate. I'll be back soon. The Devil Shadow sect is unlucky to have offended me. Ling Xiao patted Old Black's shoulder and said with a smile, I'm afraid you don't know how much my cultivation has improved in the Eight Immortals Mountain. That's why you're worried. But Blackie was still worried. He didn't know how much Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved. This was a fact. However, based on the normal speed of cultivation, he felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation wouldn't reach the Yin-Yang realm at most. If he couldn't even reach the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm, how could he face the Hall Master who was at the peak of the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm? At this moment, Ling Xiao heard a knock on the door. He couldn't help but frown. He removed the formation and opened the door. Outside the door stood Lin Ruoxian, Lin Yang, and Feng Ru. Why are you here? Ling Xiao sighed and said. Someone in my family is injured. I'm just here to take a look. Ling Xiao, you don't have to say any more. Shopkeeper Lin has already told us the details. The people from the Shadow Devil sect broke into Yuhua town and captured blood pigs wantonly. However, the county city didn't do anything about this. You want to go back and deal with them alone, right? Lin Ruoxian said. Who is this lady? Blackie looked curiously at the fairy-like Lin Ruoxian and couldn't help but ask. He could feel the powerful aura in Lin Ruoxian's body and her gorgeous clothes. She was definitely not an ordinary person. Sir, this is the deacon of the Lower Eight Immortals Mountain. She's also a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortals Mountain. She's extremely powerful. A mere deacon of the Devil Shadow sect won't be able to withstand one move from her. Lin Yang introduced excitedly. Plop! When Blackie heard Lin Yang's introduction, he immediately jumped off the bed and knelt in front of Lin Ruoxian. Deacon, I beg you to save Yuhua town. Blackie, what are you doing? Ling Xiao helped Blackie up. He didn't like kneeling for no reason. Although he had a good impression of Lin Ruoxian, he couldn't let his family members kneel for no reason. Most importantly, it wasn't necessary. He could solve the problem alone. Why should he owe someone a favor? Ling Xiao, I'll go with you. With me around, the Devil Shadow sect is nothing. Lin Ruoxian only said one sentence, but it made Blackie cry. He knew that the Ling family and Yuhua town could be saved. The deacon was willing to help because she was giving face to Ling Xiao. After young Master Ling Xiao left Yuhua town and joined the Eight Immortals Mountain, how much had he improved? He could even get a deacon to help him. Deacon Ruoxian, Lin Yang, Feng Ru, Ling Xiao, appreciate your good intentions. However, I was the one who caused the Devil Shadow sect's problem. I'll settle it myself. If you really want to help, it's best to be vigilant in the Eight Immortals County. The deacon of Yuhua town will start the rehearsal in advance. The real vampire sacrifice will be held in the Eight Immortals County. Ling Xiao was, of course, grateful for Lin Ruoxian's good intentions. He also knew that Lin Yang and Feng Ru would definitely offer to help. However, he really didn't need them. Because what he was about to do in Yuhua town might be very cruel. He didn't want these people to see it. None of you can go! Including you, Ling Xiao. If you dare to go to Yuhua town without permission and become enemies with the Devil Shadow sect, you won't be a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Just as Lin Ruoxian was about to insist, a cold voice came from outside the door. There were two people who came in at the same time. One was Zhou Tong, and the other was Desert Cloud. Who do the two of you think you are? Since when can you represent the entire sect? Ling Xiao looked at the two of them with disdain. He really didn't understand where the two of them got their confidence from. They actually dared to stop him from going to Yuhua town to save people. We can't represent the sect, but this is an order signed by the 7 mountain masters of the 8 Immortals Mountain. As he spoke, Desert Cloud took out a paper order and showed it to Ling Xiao and everyone present. Ling Xiao glanced at the signature on it. Other than the mountain master of the Black Immortals Mountain, the other 7 people all had their signatures. This meant that the order was real. This was because such things were very difficult to fake. At this moment, his face was ashen, and he didn't speak for a long time. Don't worry, the two of you. Our young master won't care about this. This time, I didn't come to the 8 Immortals County to look for him. I'm looking for the county governor, so please don't blame him. Old Black felt that the situation seemed to have suddenly become serious, so he hurriedly struggled to sit up and said. Seeing Old Black's attitude, Zhou Tong suddenly became complacent. Chapter 2271. Zhou Tong continued proudly. And with your strength, you want to deal with the Demon Shadow sect? You should know who the deacon of the Demon Shadow sect is, right? He is the son of the leader of the Tianfeng group, Chen Changxing, Chen Wuyan. If things go wrong, your Yuhua town will be wiped off the map and cause a lot of trouble for the 8 Immortal Mountain. Scram! If you two continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I will kill you? Ling Zhao's sudden roar showed just how angry he was right now. He wanted to save his family in Yuhua Town, he wanted to save his territory. Clearly, someone was not helping him, but wanted to stop him. How could he not be angry? Shou Tong! Desert Cloud! You two dogs, listen carefully. I, Ling Xiao, am from the Black Immortal Mountain. This order does not have the signature of the Black Immortal Mountain Lord, so it does not count. Using a piece of scrap paper to pressure me, the two of you are really courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had met many annoying fellows, and these two were among the top. You! Shou Tong's face was red from the scolding. After a long time, he only pointed at Ling Xiao's face and said 3 words. At this moment, Old He was shocked. Ling Xiao was talking to these two people who obviously represented the higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Was he not afraid of being killed? Could this young master of the Ling family, who was not valued in the past, have grown to the point where he could fight against those mountain lords? Old He was both confused and excited. He really wanted to know what cultivation level Ling Xiao was at now. Could he have reached the yin-yang state? Wasn't his cultivation speed a little too fast? How many days had it been? It was not even a month. However, thinking of Ling Xiao's performance in Yuhua Town, Old He felt that it was not impossible. Young Master Ling Xiao had always been an unexpected genius. Everyone had misjudged him. What about you? Didn't you hear what I said? Scram! Don't make me repeat the same words twice. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Ling Xiao coldly stared at Shou Tong and Desert Cloud. His killing intent filled the entire room, making Shou Tong feel as if he was being stared at by a huge poisonous snake. Ling Xiao, you're crazy! Did he not understand the good intentions of the 7 mountain chieftains? What are the consequences of provoking the Devil Shadow sect? Desert Cloud saw that Shou Tong was listless, so he said this to give Shou Tong some courage. As he spoke, his aura was completely exposed. The aura of a yin-yang realm level 2 hell peak was released, causing Blackie's already recovered body to tremble. He felt a sharp pain in his throat and spat out another mouthful of blood. My lord, please show mercy. Our family's young master is just a deacon. He's just too concerned. Please don't kill him. Blackie sensed the powerful aura released by the Desert Cloud and immediately fell into an endless abyss of fear. He knew that Ling Xiao was definitely no match for this person. He had to plead for Ling Xiao. He knew that Ling Xiao was stubborn and refused to give in, but Old Black didn't mind. He was pleading for his master, so it didn't matter even if it was embarrassing. Hearing this, Desert Cloud's face instantly showed a proud expression, as if his power had been verified. Ling Xiao would definitely admit defeat in front of him like Blackie. But in the next moment, Desert Cloud suddenly retreated. At the same time, Shou Tong's body flew out and crashed heavily into the door frame, breaking it. His mouth was full of blood, and he looked very pathetic. The person who attacked was Ling Xiao. Right now, half of his body was bathed in lightning and the other half was flowing with boiling lava. He was as terrifying as a demon god. Staring at Desert Cloud, Ling Xiao said coldly, "Go back and tell your master that if 8 Immortal Mountain doesn't allow what I, Ling Xiao, want to do, then we'll go our separate ways. I'm a person, not an animal. If a person hears that his family is in danger, and doesn't dare to save them, then he's worse than an animal. Blackie, listen up. If you act humble in front of this kind of person again, I'll kill you." Yes. Blackie looked at Ling Xiao in a daze and said, "Yes." Twice. This was because he was truly frightened. Ling Xiao's strength seemed to be even more terrifying than he expected. Shou Tong's aura was already at the 2nd level of the yin-yang realm, but he was sent flying by Ling Xiao. Desert Cloud was even stronger. Although he dodged Ling Xiao's attack, he was actually frightened by Ling Xiao's aura. This was too surprising. "Ling Xiao, I'll kill you." Desert Cloud retreated in fear because Ling Xiao's aura was too powerful, not because of his strength. In fact, with his current strength, it should be easy for him to deal with Ling Xiao. So when he came back to his senses, he would find Ling Xiao to settle the score. Ling Xiao leave? Leave the sect's matters to me. I'll explain this to the sect. Lin Ruoxian stopped Desert Cloud. His powerful aura made Desert Cloud not dare to move. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Thank you, Deacon Ruoxian. However, don't be too hard on me. If I'm removed from the 8 Immortal Mountain because I went to save my family, then I, Ling Xiao, will have no more attachment to this sect." With that, he carried Blackie on his shoulder and walked outside. Lin Yang, Feng Ru, stay in the 8 Immortal Mountain obediently. Don't ruin your future because of me. After speaking, Ling Xiao broke through the sky and left. In an instant, he disappeared into the sky. After leaving the 8 Immortal City, Ling Xiao went straight to Ascension Town. When he came, his cultivation was much weaker than now. However, when he returned, his cultivation was much stronger. Therefore, they traveled at an extremely fast speed. It would take an ordinary Yin-Yang realm warrior a day to travel from the 8 Immortal City to Ascension Town. However, Ling Xiao only used an hour to arrive outside Ascension Town. The illusion formation he had set up seemed to have been broken. It seemed that the Demon Shadow sect was really full of talents. They even had people who knew formations. This was really not easy to deal with. He was now very worried that the Ling family's formation had been broken and everyone in the Ling family would face a disaster. Ling Yuhua should be very strong. He was at the early stage of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, he could not compare to a hall master of the Demon Shadow sect in the 8 Immortal City. Not to mention, there were more than 10,000 people from the Demon Shadow sect who came to Ascension Town this time. There were more than 1,000 Yin-Yang realm warriors. This was a force that could easily destroy a town. No wonder the Demon Shadow sect dared to scheme against the 8 Immortal City. If all the towns fell into their hands, then sooner or later, the 8 Immortals County would fall into their hands as well. This was not something impossible. Chapter 2272. Young Master, what level has your cultivation reached? Old Hay suddenly asked. Advanced stage of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. Actually, there was nothing to hide from Old Hay. It was just cultivation. This cultivation was nothing to him. Perhaps he could break through again tomorrow. You might think that my cultivation is not as good as that old man Ling Yuhua, but don't forget that I'm a transformation stage 1 martial artist. Every time I break through, I'm stronger than him. Also, I have many secrets that I can't tell you for now. However, I can tell you that in the Ghost Prison trial of the 8 Immortal Mountain, I've already killed a transformation stage 2 martial artist at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, that hall master is no big deal. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Old Hay really thought that he was dreaming. That's impossible. I thought it was already very impressive that you could break through the early stage of the first level of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. I really didn't expect this. You said that you killed such a strong opponent. Is that true? Old Hay really didn't dare to believe Ling Zhao's words. He felt like he was dreaming. Is there a need to talk to you? Do you think that I'm the kind of person who likes to die? Ling Xiao looked at Old Hay indifferently and said, I value my life more than anyone else. To be honest, the only person in your Ling family that I care about is Sister Jiaojiao. I really won't risk my life for anyone else. Haha, you're right. You're right. Old Hay smiled awkwardly. He knew how the Ling family treated Ling Xiao in the past. Other than Ling Jiaojiao, they didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. Of course, the Ling family is now my force. Since the Phantom sect wants to destroy the Ling family, I, Ling Xiao, naturally won't let it go. If they had come 1 or 2 months earlier, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to do anything. But now, they can only wait to be destroyed. At the very least, the Phantom sect in the 8 Immortal City will be completely destroyed by me. Ling Xiao added. Young Master is right. Blackie wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Ling Zhao's strength was beyond his expectations. However, even if what Ling Xiao said was true, the deacon of the Ghost Shadow sect in the 8 Immortal City was Chen Wuyan. Chen Wuyan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of hell. Ling Xiao was still no match for him. However, let's not care about that for now. We'll talk about other things after saving Yuhua Town. If we really can't do it, we'll just move the entire town. Young master, there seems to be someone guarding outside the town. That damn Devil Shadow sect, do they think this is their territory? Young master, let me lure those guards away for you. You can go in directly. While Blackie was still talking, another shocking scene happened before him. Outside Yuhua Town, dozens of disciples were killed by Ling Xiao before they could even see their faces clearly. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy to these disciples. This was a battlefield. No mercy was allowed. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer. Stepping into Yuhua Town, it could be described as being filled with complaints. Although not many people died, a large number of martial artists were tied up with heavy handcuffs and shackles. They were being moved to the big square in the center of the town. These should be the blood pigs captured by the Ghost Shadow sect. This group of fellows actually wanted to turn everyone into blood pigs and hold a blood-sucking sacrifice. This was just a drill. It seemed like most of the martial artists in Yuhua Town had been captured. If the 8 Immortals City, which was much bigger than Yuhua Town, really held a blood sacrifice, how terrifying would it be? Blackie did not even dare to think about it. They were really a bunch of beasts. Go directly to the Ling family. Although Ling Xiao sympathized with these people, the most important thing now was the Ling family. It would not be too late to save these people after saving the Ling family. He still had to prioritize. When he arrived near the Ling family, he saw a group of people fighting. The leaders were naturally Ling Yuhua and the 2 guardians of the Ghost Shadow sect. One of the 2 guardians was at the early stage of the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm, while the other was at the peak of the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm. The 2 of them surrounded Ling Yuhua. This made Ling Yuhua's situation very dangerous. As for the rest of the Ling family, they were still being protected by the damaged array. Ling Yuhua had blocked the only gap and was fighting to the death. As long as he did not fall, the Ling family would be fine. However, what made Ling Xiao feel strange was that Ling Jiaojiao was not among these people. Did something happen to Jiaojiao? He was instantly anxious. In the Ling family, the one he loved and cared about the most was naturally Ling Jiaojiao. Even if something happened to the others, nothing must happen to Ling Jiaojiao. This was his most simple thought. At the entrance of the Ling family's defensive array, Ling Yuhua's face was ashen. He looked at the 2 people in black robes with skull patterns on their arms. He did not know where the Ling family would go, but he, Ling Yuhua, would not give up so easily. Ling Jiaojiao had already been captured. Now, he was the only pillar of the Ling family. Once he fell, everything would be over. The 2 guardians of the Ghost Shadow sect happened to be one fat and one thin. The thin man looked coldly at Ling Yuhua and said, "Old thing, I think you should give up and obediently submit to the Ghost Shadow sect. Then, you will have a chance to live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Your cultivation is not bad. Our Ghost Shadow sect likes martial artists with powerful cultivation. In the future, you can be the deacon of Yuhua Town. What do you think?" It seemed that the people of the Ghost Shadow sect felt that Ling Yuhua was not easy to deal with, so they wanted to persuade him. Ling Yuhua's hair was a little messy. His expression was a little sad and angry. "Shut up. You captured my dear granddaughter, and you actually want this old man to work for you? What wishful thinking! Even if I die today, I will drag 1 or 2 of you down with me." Ling Yuhua roared angrily. His heart was filled with despair. 2 days ago, Ling Jiaojiao had accidentally awakened the martial soul of the saber sword Shenhuang. It was the martial soul of the only expert in Yuhua Town who had become a human immortal. Although the previous martial soul had disappeared, the new martial soul was incomparably powerful. Ling Yuhua was very happy about this. With the martial soul of the saber sword Shenhuang, whether it was cultivation or battle, he would be much stronger. If the previous Ling Jiaojiao could only be considered a jade-grade genius, then with the saber sword Shenhuang, Ling Jiaojiao would become a heaven-grade genius, or even an immortal-grade genius. This leap was too big. Unfortunately, this happiness did not last long. Because the Ghost Shadow sect was here. They seemed to have taken a fancy to Ling Jiaojiao's martial soul. Chapter 2273. Ling Yuhua was filled with regret. Why hadn't he been the one to be captured? Ling Jiaojiao was his granddaughter and the future hope of the Ling family. She might even be more outstanding than Ling Xiao. In the end, she had been captured and her fate was unknown. The protector of the Phantom sect in the 8 Immortals County wanted to recruit him. Did he think he was an idiot? Oh, your granddaughter? Don't worry. She won't die. Our deacon is prepared to nurture her into the most perfect blood pig. Did you know? When a person possessed a martial soul for a long time, their blood would also become special. Your granddaughter has awakened the sword and saber divine emperor martial soul. In the future, her blood will naturally become special. Our county city's deacon likes it very, very much. The skinny man laughed strangely as though he was talking about something insignificant. He didn't care how hard it was for others to accept. You crazy people will suffer retribution sooner or later. The gods are watching. The heavens won't let you off. Ling Yuhua roared. Gods? Haha, if there are gods in this world, why don't you try shouting them out? The skinny man sneered. You're already so old. Why are you still so naive? Even if there are gods in this world, they're powerful martial artists. Just like the 7 sovereigns and the king of sovereigns. In this place, I'm a god. Our hall master is a god. You blaspheme the gods. You should be punished by the heavens. The skinny man's face was filled with mockery and ridicule. It was as though he was mocking Ling Yuhua's ignorance and overestimation of his own abilities. Come, let's not talk nonsense. Hi, Ling Yuhua will die as an apology. Ling Yuhua's heart was filled with pain and despair. As a grandfather, he had failed to protect his granddaughter. He really wanted to die. But before he died, he had to make the Phantom sect pay the price. He would kill as many people as he could. Look at your eyes. You're determined to become enemies with the Phantom sect. Fine, I'll let you have a taste of despair and fear. Don't worry, the 2 of us won't kill you easily. You will definitely be the last person to die in your Ling family. Your Ling family should be the strongest in Yuhua town. As the blood pig for the blood-sucking sacrifice, you are the most suitable. I really want to see your figures wailing in pain in the blood pool. Ha 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 ha. Bullshit. As Ling Yuhua raged, a huge sword martial spirit appeared behind his back. In his hand there was a sharp long sword that emitted a frightening light. That's not right. This is a Jade-grade martial skill. How could a small clan like Ascension Town have a Jade-grade martial skill? Are you an outer disciple of the Mystic Snake Devil sect? Generally speaking, the possibility of the Mystic Snake Devil sect recruiting disciples in a small town like this was extremely low. However, it wasn't that there weren't any. Some children who were considered to have good aptitude would be taken to become outer sect disciples and cultivate Jade-grade martial arts. For example, the 2 geniuses of the Ling family who had been killed in the past. One was an outer disciple of the Mystic Snake Demon sect, while the other was an outer disciple of the Linglong Palace. However, they definitely couldn't pass on the martial arts they knew to others. Once they did, the clan would be finished. That's not right. How could the Mystic Snake Devil sect have such an old disciple like you? Whatever. So what if you know a Jade-grade martial skill? You're still not a match for the 2 of us. Although the 2 guardians of the Spectre sect were shocked by Ling Yuhua's sword art, they quickly regained their composure. In fact, Ling Zhao's sword art was just the Falling Star sword art that he had modified before he left. With Ling Zhao's current strength, the strongest martial arts that he could modify was a Jade-grade martial skill. Therefore, the Falling Star sword art was the strongest sword art in the Ling family. Die! The first sword of the Falling Star sword art, Star Flash. Ling Yuhua had only cultivated the first and second sword of the Falling Star sword art to the greater success stage. The rest were only at the lesser success stage. He had no choice. His aptitude wasn't outstanding. His cultivation would probably stop at the yin-yang realm for the rest of his life. To be able to cultivate the falling star sword art to this level was already very impressive. The first sword, Star Flash, was extremely fast. When the sword pierced over, the skinny guardian was shocked. He hurriedly pulled over a disciple from the side to block in front of him. Even so, he couldn't completely dodge the sword. His arm was still cut by the tip of the sword, and blood flowed endlessly. Kill him! Kill this old man! The skinny guardian lost control of his emotions after being injured. He called out to the fat guardian and pounced towards Ling Yuhua. The martial skill they were using was a Jade-grade martial skill and not the vampiric demonic technique. Although the vampiric demonic technique was a Jade-grade martial skill, the side effects were too great. It was good for cultivation, but not suitable for attacking. Ling Yuhua's face was filled with determination. He didn't care about the fat guardian's attack and continued to stab his sword towards the skinny guardian. Falling Star Sword Art, second move, Star Fall. The sword that was originally stabbing towards the skinny guardian suddenly changed its angle, and a terrifying sword aura fell from the sky. The skinny guardian didn't expect the sword art to be so strange. He also didn't expect Ling Yuhua to be so fearless of death. If Ling Yuhua were to kill him now, he would definitely be hit in the head by the fat guardian's huge hammer. He would definitely die. Ling Yuhua didn't have any intention of withdrawing his move or dodging. He just wanted to drag someone down with him before he died. The skinny guardian realized that he had misjudged the old man's courage. He wanted to block it, but it was too late. The sword aura pierced through his head and came out from the bottom of his feet, destroying his internal organs. Although there didn't seem to be anything wrong on the surface, he was already on the verge of death. Damn it! So cowardly! Those were the skinny guardian's last words before he died. However, when he saw the huge hammer smashing down on Ling Yuhua's head, he was able to accept it a little. After all, Ling Yuhua was dead. He had someone to accompany him to the underworld. However, when his eyes were about to close completely, he suddenly saw a figure appear out of thin air and block the huge hammer with a palm. Just like that, the skinny guardian widened his eyes and died with remaining grievances. Ling Yuhua killed the skinny guardian and was prepared to face death calmly. Perhaps he would have the face to meet his granddaughter Ling Jiaojiao after he died. As the strongest warrior in the Ling family, he couldn't take it lying down that he couldn't protect the family. However, so what if he couldn't take it lying down? No one would come to save him. Even if Old Black escaped to get help. It was impossible for him to rush over in such a short time. He closed his eyes and prepared to welcome death. However, the huge hammer didn't fall for a long time. Chapter 2274. Ling Yuhua turned his head to look at the sky. Over there, a tall and straight figure was floating in midair, easily holding the giant hammer that weighed over 1,000 kilograms with one hand. The fat protector wanted to kill Ling Yuhua to avenge the skinny protector, but at this moment, not only did he fail to kill Ling Yuhua, but the giant hammer in his hand seemed to be restrained by something, unable to move at all. The fat protector was extremely shocked and confused. Who was this young man? What was his relationship with the Ling family? Why was he so strong? In fact, Ling Yuhua was even more shocked than the fat protector. How could he not recognize the young man's proud figure? This was the pride of the Ling family, the most outstanding young man in the Ling family. In name, he was also his grandson. Unfortunately, he felt that he was not worthy to be this person's grandfather, not because of his strength, but because he had never cared about this young man before. The fat protector stared at Ling Xiao, trying his best to take back the giant hammer, but his face was red, and he could not do anything. Suddenly, a terrifying force came from the giant hammer, sending him flying. The fat protector got up from the ground in a daze, and before he could understand what was going on, he was lifted up by the neck. Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I think you don't know that we are from the Shadow Devil sect. If you do this, the consequences will be very serious. The fat protector begged for mercy in horror. He knew that he was no match for the young man in front of him, who was too strong. Spare your life? Although that old thing is a good-for-nothing, he is still my grandfather in name, and is now an important subordinate of mine in the Ling family. You want to kill him, and now you are begging me for mercy. Do you really think I will let you go? Ling Xiao looked at the fat protector in his hand with a mocking smile. What? What? The fat protector was completely dumbfounded. It was not that he had never heard of Ling Yuhua's grandson. That Ling Xiao was also the target of their Devil Shadow sect. Not only had he killed 2 of their city guards, but he had also destroyed the Bloody Cave stronghold bandits under their control, causing a huge loss. He had even promised the hall master that as long as he met this brat, he would definitely kill him without mercy. But today, he was being carried by this youth and did not even have the strength to resist. That's not right. You can't be that Ling Xiao. When you left Ascension Town, you should only be a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. How did you suddenly become so strong? The fat protector was still unwilling to believe that everything in front of him was real. He was even more unwilling to believe that he had been caught so easily like a pig. He was used to catching blood pigs, but now he had become a pig in someone else's hands. You're surprised, aren't you? Unfortunately, it's too late. Ling Xiao sneered and directly twisted the guy's neck, then casually threw him out. Of course, he had already extracted the demonic seeds from the bodies of the 2 protectors. These demonic seeds were the key to his breakthrough, so he couldn't just throw them away. Next! It's your turn! Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the thousands of disciples surrounding the Ling family. Under such circumstances, there was no mercy. On the battlefield, mercy was a kind of poison. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a heavy long sword appeared in his hand. Then, the long sword fell. Meteor sword skill, heavenly fire. There was no need to use the lightning combat body and lava combat body to deal with these disciples. When the heavenly fire descended, not even a blade of grass could survive. Thousands of disciples had almost completely evaporated. Ling Xiao had already done such a massacre, so his expression did not change at all. However, Old He and Ling Yuhua, who were standing beside him, were trembling all over. They were not only afraid of Ling Xiao's decisive character, but also Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. How could he be so ridiculously powerful? Old man, where's Sister Jiao Jiao? After killing those people, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Ling Yuhua unceremoniously and questioned. Before I left, I reminded you to take good care of Jiao Jiao. Why are you fine, but she was abducted instead? You. Are you really Ling Xiao? At this moment, Ling Yuhua was still in a state of great shock and disbelief. He could not believe that the person standing in front of him was Ling Xiao. Master, he's the real young Master Ling Xiao. There's no mistake about it. However, young Master's cultivation seems to have improved greatly. Old He was also shocked, but after all, he had foreshadowed this before, so he could barely accept the shocking scene in front of him. This improvement is too great. It's so great that I don't even dare to admit it. Ling Yuhua exclaimed. Old man, I'm asking you a question. Where's Jiao Jiao? Ling Xiao shouted coldly. She was taken to the 8 Immortal City by the Shadow Devil sect, but I'm not sure where exactly. Ling Yuhua sighed and said, Due to an accident during cultivation, Jiao Jiao awakened the sword and saber Shenhuang martial spirit. As a result, she was taken to the Shadow Devil sect's lair in the 8 Immortal City by the Hall Master of the Shadow Devil sect. I really want to scold you, but forget it. With your strength, you won't be able to stop them. Not to mention scolding Ling Xiao, he even had the intention to kill Ling Yuhua. However, he knew that it would be useless to do so. What he needed to do now was not to deal with Ling Yuhua, but to think about how to save Ling Jiaojiao. Oh right, they still have a hall master here. He should know the location of the Shadow Devil sect's lair. Capture him and he might be a good hostage. Ling Yuhua suddenly said. He was not angry at Ling Zhao's scolding at all. Speaking of which, he deserved it. In the past, he did not treat Ling Xiao well. Today, it was good enough that Ling Xiao could save him. Moreover, he was indeed responsible for Ling Jiaojiao's mishap. This was something that he could not shirk away from. Where is he? That hall master? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. In the big square in the town, presiding over the blood-sucking ritual. Old He suddenly answered. It seemed like he had seen the hall master before he left. However, young Master Ling Xiao, you must be careful. The hall master is much stronger than the two protectors. With your strength, you have to be careful when dealing with him. Old He said hurriedly. Don't say any more. He's already gone. The rest of you, guard this mountain pass well. Old He, come with me to the plaza. Help as much as you can. I'm worried about Ling Xiao being alone. Ling Yuhua did not treat Ling Xiao well in the past. However, his current attitude was not bad. This was probably the only reason why Ling Xiao saved him. There was a huge platform built in the square of Yuhua town. On the platform, there was a guy in a black robe and wearing a strange mask. Chapter 2275. The person sitting on the high platform was one of the hall masters of the Phantom Sect branch in the Eight Immortals City. In the Eight Immortals City, the position and strength of the hall masters were second only to the wardens. This person's cultivation was at the early stage of the second level of hell. This cultivation was similar to Sha Hai after his resurrection. To be honest, it was really difficult to deal with him. However, Sha Hai should be stronger than this guy. Ling Xiao found that this guy's cultivation was extremely unstable. It seemed that he had used the vampiric demonic technique to increase his cultivation, so he was not strong enough. He could not even be considered a true yin-yang realm cultivator at the second level of hell. In other words, it was much easier to deal with this guy than Sha Hai. After all, there was a huge gap between them. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Previously, he was able to kill Yuanning because Yuanning's attention was attracted by other martial artists. Today, Ling Xiao planned to launch a sneak attack again. He would use the simplest method to do the most important thing. He would severely injure him and then capture him alive because this hall master definitely knew about the Phantom Sect's base in the Eight Immortals City. Ling Xiao's body gradually changed. His face turned into that of the skinny protector from before. The secret technique that he obtained from killing the Yin-Yang Demon King on the White Tiger continent could finally be put to use again. Hall Master, that old man Ling Yuhua refused to surrender, and even brought help from the Eight Immortals City. We are no match for him. Please help us. Ling Zhao's body was covered in wounds. He was in great pain. What a useless piece of trash. What kind of help can he get? The Hall Master said disdainfully. I heard that his name is Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. However, he just joined the Eight Immortals Mountain a month ago. Ling Xiao replied. Oh? That guy? I've heard of him. The warden of the Eight Immortals City said that as long as we capture him alive, it will be a great achievement. You guys continue to prepare for the vampiric sacrifice. I'll be back soon. The Hall Master gracefully flew down from a high place, and without even looking at Ling Xiao, he headed in the direction of the Ling family. Ling Xiao followed behind with a cold smile on his face. Although this transformation technique did not have any offensive power, it was extremely useful. Seeing that there was no one around, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked from behind. He didn't use a sword. Because the sword she was too strong, it was easy to detect. He formed a seal with both hands and released a ferocious howling celestial dog that was condensed from energy. This was naturally the heavenly howling dog technique of the seal of eternal life. Although its power might not be stronger than the universe strike, the howling celestial dog's strength was that once it bit an enemy, it would not let go until the enemy lost the ability to resist. The Hall Master was no ordinary person. When the howling celestial dog was about 4 to 5 meters away from him, he suddenly turned around. Noticing the danger, he hurriedly retreated and at the same time condensed a move in an attempt to resist. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's attack could be said to be well prepared. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also from a tricky angle. The Hall Master had no way to resist at all. Before the attack could be blasted out, his neck was bitten by the howling celestial dog. His entire body was penetrated by a terrifying electric current, and his body was instantly paralyzed. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to pounce forward. 2 flashes of sword chi crippled the Hall Master's cultivation. With his cultivation crippled, it was more miserable than a snake having its fangs pulled out. This guy definitely had no way of posing a threat to Ling Xiao and the rest of the Ling family. Right at this moment, Ling Yuhua and Old Black arrived and looked at this scene in astonishment. That appearance was completely like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Master, looks like the clan head can be saved. Young Master Ling Xiao's strength is really unfathomable. To an ancient martial art practitioner of Old Black's level, being able to easily defeat the Hall Master of the 8 Immortals County could be called unfathomable. After all, he only had so much experience. If you told him that there was a martial art practitioner more powerful than Ling Xiao in this world, he would not have a direct impression of it. He might even think that you were joking. That's right. Right now, I'm a little glad that he controls the Ling family. Otherwise, we would probably become the Demon Shadow Sect's blood pigs this time. It's said that other than Yuhua Town and the 8 Immortals County, all the other towns have already been taken over by the Demon Shadow Sect. However, some are done in secret, while others are done openly. Ling Yuhua was extremely emotional. In the past, he was indeed unhappy about being controlled by Ling Xiao, but now, his dissatisfaction was gone. Instead, it was replaced by excitement and gratitude. His only confusion now was what level Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached. How strong was he? It was said that he was at the late stage of the first level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm, but was that true? To be able to so easily subdue a martial art practitioner at the early stage of the second level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm, although he had used some tricks and schemes, if his attack power was not strong enough, he probably would not have been able to do it. Tell me, where is the Demon Shadow Sect's base in the 8 Immortals County? He had captured the Hall Master of the Demon Shadow Sect's branch in the 8 Immortals County to obtain some information. Ling Xiao did not want to kill him for the time being. Therefore, he brought him back to the Ling family and interrogated him secretly. As for the square, he believed that if the Hall Master did not go, no one would dare to start the vampiric sacrifice test. Humph, kid, give up. I will never betray the Demon Shadow Sect, you idiot. He did not expect the Hall Master to be so stubborn. Even though Ling Xiao had destroyed his cultivation, he still stubbornly resisted Ling Xiao and refused to answer Ling Xiao's question. Xiaoer, let me deal with this guy. I have interrogated all kinds of prisoners before. For such a stubborn guy, only torture can make him yield. Ling Yuhua said. This old servant can help too. Old He nodded. Both of them hated the Demon Shadow Sect to the bone. Since there was a chance to deal with this group of people, they would not miss it. Ha 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 ha, even if you kill me, don't think that you can make me yield. You really underestimate the Demon Shadow Sect. The Hall Master laughed loudly as if he could face death with equanimity. Is that so? Perhaps it's because you've suffered too little. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and suddenly stuffed a life and death illusion powder into the Hall Master's mouth. This was naturally the powder that Ling Yuhua and Old He had eaten before. Ling Xiao did this for 2 reasons. One was to get useful information from the Hall Master's mouth. The other was to let Ling Yuhua and Old He know the consequences of betraying him. The life and death illusion powder took effect after a short while. Ling Xiao used his mind and the powder was completely released in the Hall Master's body. At first, the Hall Master gritted his teeth and endured it, as if he wanted to fight Ling Xiao to the end. However, after a few minutes, as he scratched his skin until it tore, he finally howled in pain. Let me die. Let me die. Chapter 2276. If you want to die, then tell me what I want to know. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will suffer more painful torture than this. But you won't die. There was no expression on Ling Zhao's face, only indifference and indifference. Even Ling Yuhua and Old He, who were at the side, were trembling in fear when they saw this. They originally had no intention of betraying Ling Xiao. Now, they were even more determined to do so. This kind of feeling was worse than death. It was better to die. I'll tell you everything. I beg you, let me die quickly. Others were begging for mercy to live, but this hall leader was already begging for death. Because he did not want to suffer that horrible torture anymore. Very well, answer my first question. Where is the lair of the Ghost Shadow sect in the Eight Immortals County? It's in the Eight Immortals County, the hall leader shouted in horror. You're lying! How can the Eight Immortals County be a place to hide evil? Ling Yuhua shouted. I'm not lying. It's true. Under the Eight Immortals County, there is a city wall built by the Night Men. Now that the Night Men have left, our deacon used it as our base. It will also be the place where the vampiric sacrifice will begin. At that time, the entire Eight Immortals County will be affected by the vampiric sacrifice. The hall leader really did not hide anything. He even said these words. Then, whatever Ling Xiao asked, he would naturally tell him. Needless to say, Ling Xiao was really taken aback when he heard this. He was originally wondering how the Ghost Shadow sect would arrange the vampiric sacrifice with the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group in the Eight Immortals County. Now, he completely understood. It turned out to be underground. Perhaps the people in the Eight Immortals County would gradually become weak and everyone would think that it would be an epidemic. In the end, their blood would be sucked and they would gradually become dry corpses. Thinking about it, it was really scary. Ling Yuhua and Old He were even more dumbfounded when they heard this. They felt that this matter was simply unbelievable. When does the vampiric sacrifice start? Ling Xiao asked again. The time will be 2 days later, which is when the Yuhua town's vampiric sacrifice test ends. We will inform the Eight Immortals County's branch of the results. They will make improvements to the existing formation and then officially begin the vampiric sacrifice. The hall master explained everything in detail. At this moment, he no longer had that unyielding attitude from before. He was completely answering whatever Ling Xiao asked, like a question-answering machine. It seems like I still have plenty of time. I'll just fake the data for Yuhua Town's vampiric sacrifice test. Ling Xiao thought about it and continued to ask. How do I get to your Eight Immortals County branch? According to what I know, the cities of the Night People are basically located in small worlds. Without the correct method, it's impossible to enter, right? I advise you not to think about sneaking in. You ambushed me and defeated me. I can't accept it. In our Eight Immortals County, there are 5 hall masters who are stronger than me. There is also a powerful county city deacon, Lord Shenwuyan. If you go, only death will await you. The hall master said coldly. Don't say that I look down on you. Your cultivation is really not that good. Of course, if you really want to go, it's easy. As long as you have a guardian-level token, you can open the small world. Others have to pass an inspection before they can enter. I see. But you don't have to worry about whether I will die in there. It seems that you are hiding something about this issue. No matter who lied, it was impossible to fool Ling Zhao's Taiji. He keenly noticed that the hall master was deliberately hiding important information when he was talking about this. He knew how to goad him. Obviously, the hall master wanted him to go there and die there. That was why he mocked him, looked down on him, and made him angry. Things had already come to this point, and this person was still trying to play tricks. It was really rare. I'm not hiding anything. The hall master shook his head and said, Is that so? Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with him at all. With a thought, torture more terrifying than before was applied to the hall master. Stop. I'm hiding it. I'm really hiding it. In fact, there is an envoy from the headquarters in the Eight Immortals County. His strength is even more terrifying than the deacon. Wouldn't it be fine if you said it earlier? Ling Xiao said coldly. Xiaoer, this guy is dishonest. He clearly wants to lure you to that place and then kill you. Ling Yuhua said hurriedly. Obviously, he had also discovered the Hall Master's scheme. Actually, he doesn't have to do that. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will definitely go there. Who asked me to love Sister Jiao Jiao the most in the Black Tortoise continent? I can't allow anything to happen to her. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Kid, you have guts. Then I'll just tell you everything. Then I'll wait for you in the Yellow Spring. The Hall Master sneered. Wait for me? It's a pity that I'm not destined to die. However, you really have to go first. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He basically knew everything he wanted to know. There was no use for him to keep this Hall Master. Oh, right, I have one last question. The Sister Jiao Jiao I mentioned just now is the girl you captured and sent to your deacon. Do you know where she is kept? Ling Xiao asked in the end. I really don't know. But with the deacon's importance to that girl, I'm afraid she'll be kept in the most heavily guarded place. The Hall Master shook his head and said, If you don't even know this, what's the use of keeping you? Ling Xiao sighed and said, Although I don't know where this woman is, I can help you sneak into the 8 Immortals County more safely and help you find the woman you're looking for. The Hall Master said with a strange smile. He seemed to know that Ling Xiao would definitely need him. In this way, he would have a chance to live. For him, losing his cultivation was nothing. As long as the blood-sucking ritual succeeded, his cultivation would be restored quickly. The key now was to live. You really want to live? Ling Xiao looked at the Hall Master sarcastically, then shook his head and said, What a pity, I really don't need you. While speaking, Ling Xiao's figure began to change again. Gradually, he became the same person as the Hall Master. Even their tones and accents were exactly the same. How is it? Not bad, right? I'll take your token and sneak into the lair of your 8 Immortals County. I think it won't be a big problem, right? Ling Xiao sneered. You actually have such a rare martial soul. Who the hell are you? Although the transformation martial soul did not have any attack power, it was very terrifying. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.